Executive and members of the public in the room today. Welcome to the February Ordinary Meeting of Council for Toowoomba Regional Council. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all here today, and for those who are watching online as well, welcome to you. This meeting is obviously open to the public and will be live streamed. For those that even want to look back on it after today, it's available for you to do so. I'll begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gibel and Jarrawa peoples. Pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, today I want to start with a couple of things, the first of which is a solemn acknowledgement of a wonderful human as part of our community. And today we pay tribute to local journalist Miles Noller on his recent passing. Miles was a dedicated journalist for multiple mastheads, particularly those newspapers with a rural focus. The Chronicle, Rural Weekly, even the formation of the Pig Farmer, and since 1999, the High Country Herald. Only last weekend we attended the first of our regional shows for the season at Clifton. Miles was without peer as a journalist at our agricultural shows, including Ag Show and Farm Fest. He always seemed to be right at home. As Grace Madison wrote in her obituary yesterday, Miles went beyond the headlines and delved into the heart of rural life, putting light on the nuances that are frequently overlooked by mainstream media. Miles was a permanent presence in the council chambers pre-COVID. His professional and astute reporting based on his own research and listening to all sides of a subject made him well respected and highly regarded by elected representatives. Those that Miles leave behind, you're in our thoughts. And to Miles, you've been such a great friend to so many people, and your legacy will live on, particularly in the rural sector, with all of those wonderful stories that you've written. Rest in peace, Miles. Councillors, at each of our ordinary meetings, we've introduced over the last 6 months an opportunity to highlight a values effort by our staff. And today, our values, just as a reminder, around accountability, safety, wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. And today I wanted to shine the spotlight on behalf of councillors, the terrific effort by our water maintenance and water operations team. It was at 2 a.m. on Saturday the 10th of February when a break was identified in the lower reservoir alarm at Yarraman. Our crews were on site at 2:45 in the morning. The main was repaired by 8 a.m. with water back to residents by 9:30 and without any further incident. At that time, half of Yarraman was affected, approximately 550 residents on the western side of Yarraman. Communication and coordination from the crews was excellent, with information able to be provided to councillors, and I note many councillors shared that information with the community, and it was done in a timely fashion. So today, I want to pay tribute, and Jake, thank you very much for providing some of the names of those that assisted from the Water Infrastructure Services Water Maintenance Team, Brett Bryant and Russell Kruger from Gumbunji, Ross Dullhut from Crow's Nest, from the Water Operations Team, Mark Ramsey at Gumbunji. We often, councillors, make decisions as we should at the strategic level, but our community should know that when things like this happen, our teams stand ready, and they have done. And Jake, could you please pass on not only councillors' thanks, but also the community's thanks for the swift action that was taken in regard to assisting the residents of Yarraman. Thank you very much, Jake. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we move to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. And today we don't have any, yet next month we are assured of at least one from Cobb & Co Queensland Museum. Item number 3 is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We are all present, and I thank you very much for that, councillors. Are there any granting of leave of absence that anyone would require between now and the end of the term? If not, councillors, we move then to the declarations of conflicts of interest, and I ask some patience for those in the gallery and those watching online, because there are some to work through, and we do that in a systematic approach. The first of which is in item 8.1. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a few post-it notes here to go through this morning. So this is in regard to item 8.1. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I request that it be minuted that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th February, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. And I notice I've got another tab here at the end, and I'm assuming that's on the same matter, is it? That it's being raised in the CEO's confidential? Thank you.
That's right.
So will I read that one out now too? No.
That won't be required until later on in the day, Councillor Summerfield. Thank you, Councillor Nancy. Councillor James.
So, thank you, Mayor. Is there wording for that? Sorry, I don't have it with me, apologies. Or on. So, thanks, Mayor. So, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting whilst the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor James. I too have a declarable conflict of interest on the same item, 8.1, item number 5, confidential planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims, January 2024. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. Councillors, we move then to the next declaration. Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just still on 8.1 number 5, if I may, I just need to inform the meeting that I may have had a slight change in circumstances in this last week, as opposed to item 8.1 number 5, and I would like to test whether or not my colleagues believe I have a conflict, and I would actually take your advice on how to do that, Chair, because this was done in confidential during the committee reports and may need to do that as well. So I would like to test that with my colleagues at the appropriate time and at the appropriate way. Thank you.
Well, Councillor, as the item is confidential and will refer to a planning matter, and obviously a declaration would have to then, if you're concerned about it, questions would be raised about perhaps individuals. I suggest that we would do that in confidential when we get to it. The item will be pulled, and so Wendy, if you wouldn't mind making a note of that, when we get to that point, we can have a discussion in confidential. We then would go out of confidential if there is a requirement for you to declare, and the councillors will vote on the matter out of confidential, and then we'll go back into confidential if required.
Thanks, Chair. I'll declare at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Let's move then, councillors, to the next declaration, which is reference to item number 8.3. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks again, Mayor. This is in regard to item 8.3. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bill Carl, you have 8.3, number 5.
Thanks, Chair. It's in relation to confidential item proposed acquisition of land at Highfields. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 13th of February 2024. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. I appreciate that. Councillors, the next, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to declare a potential conflict of interest with item number 8, item number 8.3, Toowoomba City Aerodrome lease availability. It has come to my attention that one of the names on that list I know, and I'd just like to test it with the room if we go into confidential. Otherwise, I can declare now.
We can definitely do that now in open session.
Yep.
Councillor Edwina, so you did mention this last week
Yes.
from memory.
Yeah,
What was the determination last week?
It was determined I could stay.
Well, if nothing's changed, then
Nothing's
your
changed.
declaration would be simply the same as others where you can stay in the room.
Fabulous, thank you.
So there's no change in it. That was 8.3, number 3, which is Toowoomba City Aerodrome. That's the same as last week, so therefore no circumstances have changed. You're comfortable. Thank you. Okay, we move then to item number 12, councillors, on the agenda today, and that's in relation to the Toowoomba Sports Ground 60-day review into the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 13.1, matters of which notice has been given, Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade, at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 21st of November 2023, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I too have a declaration of the same subject, item number 12, Toowoomba Sports Ground 60-day review into the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 13.1, matters of which notice has been given, Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade, at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 21st of November 2023, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you. I request that it be minuted that I have a declarable, that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 13.1, matters of which notice have been given, Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade, at the ordinary meeting of Council on 21st of November 23, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I wish to note or put forward a perceived conflict of interest in regards to this with item number 12. The perceived conflict of interest is that I'm on the executive of the Brothers Rugby League Football Club in Toowoomba, and I'm also on the executive of the Glenholme Park Sports Community Hub Committee as well. So this is another venue with a rectangular field, and also elements in this report obviously suggesting that other rectangular football codes, have a potential to benefit. So I think and it has been raised with me to enough concern for me to bring it forward, that I think that there is a perceived conflict of interest, and I choose to vacate the room for the decision.
So vacating the room for discussion and voting. Discussion and voting. So it'd be very similar to, other than your notation in regard to the specifics, be very similar to Councillors Rebecca and myself in regard to leave and stay away from the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. Okay. That's 12. And councillors, with the sheets, you will note you've got item 16.1. However, we'll only need to do that once we get to the Chief Executive Officer's report, because we've already mentioned it in the planning area as well prior to that. Councillor Bill.
Just a question to your chair, and we may deal with it when we get to it, but on item 12, I do propose to suggest we vote on that report in two parts, one for the showgrounds and one for the sports grounds. So that may in fact change how a number of people who've declared conflicts and whether they need to leave the room or not. I would imagine not, if council so wishes by majority to actually vote on those matters separately.
Well, Councillor Bill, we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Yeah, just flagging it, that's right.
Yeah, no, that's fine. At the moment, the item is what it is, and we'll work through it when we call to that item and see what, because you're quite right, there could well be a difference if that is the case. Councillors, are there any other conflicts of interest that anyone would like to raise at this point? Pardon me. If there's not, at this stage, we'll continue on. However, councillors, if there is something that crops up through the course of discussion that you feel uneasy about, or you feel uneasy about someone else for their protection, please raise that as soon as you feel that that is the case. So, councillors, let's move then to the next item of business, which is the confirmation of minutes. And the first item is the ordinary meeting of council on the 16th of January. Councillor Megan and Councillor Bill were absent for this meeting. The motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 16th of January 2024 be confirmed. Someone move the minutes. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. I don't know whether you need anything there, Wendy, record that. Special meeting of council on the 13th of February. Everyone was present, and the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting conducted on the 13th of February be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That's carried. Any business arising? Item number 5, councillors, from the minutes. If there's no business arising, we then move to item number 6, which is the presentation of petitions, of which there are none today, unless someone's got something from the floor. I haven't been made aware of any petitions at this stage. Okay, item number 7. Item number 7 is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered this meeting without notice. There is no item today, councillors, in regard to that. Item number 8, then we move to the reception and consideration of committee reports. And 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee, noting that we have conflicts of interest for councillors Von Hoff, Summerfield, O'Shea and myself. Declarations have been made, and therefore we need to remove item 5 from this. Is anyone wanting to remove item 3 as well? If not, councillors, the first motion then is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated the 13th of February be received, and with the exception of number 5, the recommendations therein be adopted. Have someone move that? Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillors, the second motion includes those that have the conflicts of interest of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nancy, Councillor James and myself, and therefore Councillor Megan, if you'd like to assume the chair, keeping in mind that this was a confidential, and unless we need to go into discussions for confidential, you can vote on in open session. Councillor Rebecca. I can stay for that one. We'll do this one. We'll do this one first. Sorry, this is the one that you want to talk about. So, if that's the case, we will go into confidential and deal with Councillor Tim's declaration. Okay, so someone moved to go into confidential, moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? That means, Gallery, apologies, you will have to leave for a period of time. If you're after any information on how this operates, John McGrady at the back with the moustache, someone will be able to give you full information on that.
I know I've got one.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, gallery, as well, and for those watching online, appreciate your patience as well. Councillors, we are at 8.1. This is number 5 in the reception and consideration of committee reports. And Councillor McMahon, you have a declaration.
Thank you, Chair. I inform this meeting I may have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, defined by Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I received an unsolicited telephone call and was subsequently involved in a conversation with a party that may have a material interest in a property, which is the subject of an appeal based on a disclosure made at the closed meeting of the Planning and Development Committee meeting on 13th February 2024. I immediately advised that I was unable to provide any comment in relation to the matter. I have acted in advice of the CEO and informed the relevant council officers. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the meeting, the decision rather about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the meeting about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Timmins. This is a confidential item. Councillors, just remind you that we are voting on either 1, 2 or 3 in this instance. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that Councillor McMahon, number 1, Wendy, just move it up a little, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Melissa. The reasons
are what has been cited in the motion itself in relation to the advice received and acted on.
Yeah, the reasons already listed. Councillor Melissa, when we get to there. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Wendy. I inform this meeting that I may have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I was approached by a party who informed me of their views in relation to this matter. However, I was aware the party may have a material interest in the matter and immediately advised them that I was unable to make any further comments in relation to the matter. I subsequently informed the General Manager Planning and Development Group. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Number 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. Or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim.
Happy to move option 1, Chair.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. The reasons as per the information provided. Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I inform this meeting I may have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I received an unsolicited text from a party who may have a material interest in this matter, and after consultation with the General Manager, I replied by text informing that I was unable to make any comment in relation to the matter. I subsequently forwarded a copy of the text exchange to relevant council officers. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss the vote on the matter. Or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Again, councillors. Councillor Deputy Mayor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I move number 1, that Councillor Taylor may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, and the reasons are as cited in the declaration.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bill, second. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nancy, Councillor James and myself will now leave the room, and I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Megan.
Thanks, councillors. So the motion is that the confidential report of the Planning and Environment Court appeals and compensation claims for January 2024 be noted by council. Can I have someone move that, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? It's carried. Unanimous. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Just wait for Councillor Rebecca, who won't be too far away, so that we can move then to the Water and Waste Committee. Okay, councillors, we move now to the next item, which is 8.2, the Water and Waste Committee. And the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 13th of February 2024 be received. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? The motion is carried. We move then to item 8.3, which is the Infrastructure Committee. There are 4 substantive items to vote on. Councillor Vonhoff, you have made your declaration in regard to item number 3, the Toowoomba City Aerodrome. Councillor Carl, you've made your declaration on item number 5, acquisition of land. And are there any other items, councillors, that you'd like to be removed? Councillor Rebecca?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Can I pull out item number 7?
Item number 7. So far we've got 3, 5 and 7. Councillor Edwina?
Sorry, number 3.
Okay, well 3 will be done separately anyway, so that's okay. 3 for Edwina. Councillor Nancy? 6? None left. Okay, well that makes it simple because we can move through them one by one. The first of which we'll deal with then will be item number 3, and therefore, Councillor Rebecca, if you want to vacate the room. Councillor Edwina?
Mayor, if I may, I would like to declare a conflict of interest, a declarable one, with a name that's on that list. So I move that we go into closed. I'm sorry.
You'd like to go into closed? Alternatively...
Well, I'm happy to leave the room.
Well, you've got 3 options, as we've just done before, which is you can ask councillors to allow you to stay in the room and vote, or remove yourself from the room, or stay in the room and not vote.
I'd just like to leave the room.
Well, you can declare that now and leave the room if you'd like, Councillor Edwina. So therefore, we'll go through the process if you don't mind. This will be great for the gallery to work through as well. The declaration will be before you, and it'll just simply that you will leave the room. but you do have to have reasons. So the reasons, not putting words into your own mind, would be that you are aware of a party that is mentioned in the report, and therefore you've decided to leave the room. Something very simple as that.
Thank you. Thank you. I request that it be minuted that I have declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, 8.3, number 5, oh, not number 5, sorry, 8.3, number 3, Toowoomba City Aerodrome lease availability. I know a name on the list personally, and I, as mentioned, I would like to leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. You can leave the room. This is for item number 3.
I wouldn't invite them to my wedding, but they've given me personal advice from an accounting perspective in the past, so.
No, we respect your decision, and this is making sure that we all protect each other in this case, so thank you. I appreciate that. So, councillors, this is item number 3 only that we'll be dealing with at the moment. Item number 3 is Toowoomba City Aerodrome lease availability, and therefore, Wendy, we will have to have a motion which just deals with item number 3, reception of committee, with item number 3. Okay. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I've got further questions from last week's committee meeting, if I could, on this matter, please.
We could certainly do that. Mike is in the room now, so GM Mike Brady, this is in regard to the aerodrome. A question from Councillor Nancy in regard to that. Keeping in mind, as we all have mentioned, there's some confidential elements in this, so if they need to be touched on, we can go into close. But if not, we'll...
No, it's general aerodrome stuff. It's not mentioning anyone's names.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Welcome to you.
General Manager, I've got some questions around the financial review particularly, and one of the considerations is the Pixie ice cream land that has been purchased. Will that be included as part of the financial profit and loss, or not profit and loss, but financial impacts as part of that review?
Good morning, councillors, and thank you, Councillor Summerfield. In respect to the financial review, it's being done at a holistic level, so it's taking into account everything. So the Pixie land was something that council bought, was that 12 more months ago now, wasn't it? Maybe a little longer. So that's part of the whole show. So when that review's done,
thank you.
It's been the whole of the aerodrome's been looked at.
So has there been a high turnover of staff at the aerodrome?
The aerodrome has 3 FTEs, okay, against the aerodrome. In the last couple of years, there's been a change of 2 of those.
Thank you. And have we found new staff, or are we using contractors now?
We recently have 1 new staff member, started with us probably 2 months ago now or so, and where we need to, when staff are on leave, and even now for the different duties, we do bring in contractors.
Thank you. We were some of us were at a breakfast yesterday morning where we received an update on the new IR laws, and it mentioned that labour rates now have to be the same as the EBA moving forward, which I found very interesting when we're looking at, whether that's the same for contractors. I'm not sure, but it's something that we probably need to be aware of. Apparently Council has installed a new camera system at the aerodrome for capturing landing fees. How long ago was that installed, and is it operational?
It's called an ABAS system, and that takes on from our AvData system. So council purchased the system about 2 years ago, and it's been installed, and it's just been working with our accounting team through finance to get a payment accounts and that process working properly. So it's been up and running for a little while now. So yeah, the council did a capital improvement there probably 2 years ago that we bought the system.
So with that new system, AvData still issues the invoices, does it? It doesn't supersede AvData?
At the moment, AvData, we will be sending out the invoices in due course once the ABAS system is up and fully running, and AvData will move away from AvData.
Okay, thank you. That seems a long time, 2 years. Anyway. So are CSOs such as life flight leases comparable to commercial operators at the aerodrome?
Look, I don't have that information with me today. Obviously, as part of any financial review, all that CSO information will be part of the consideration in-depth consideration of what's being looked at.
Thank you. So I wonder, the profit and loss statements for Pittsworth and Millmerran, or will Pittsworth and Millmerran be included in this review? And will they be identified separately in the review?
Yes, they'll be identified separately.
Thank you. But they will be in this current review that's happening?
Yeah, from a aerodrome's perspective, the review needs to look at that because it's looking at that broader, as I've said, national competition policy in respect to Toowoomba Aerodrome, but the CSOs that we are giving across the region.
Thank you. So with the millions of dollars of economic development to the region, will that be considered in the financial review as well, or will it be like water? We often talk about the fact that water is costed without consideration what water security brings to the region. I'm just wondering whether the aerodrome, the economic development profile as an outcome from the aerodrome, will that be considered in the financial review? Will it be compared to a service versus cost like Milne Bay Pool?
The revenue is, the review is looking at, revenue versus expenditure, and your CSOs and national competition policy elements like that, not necessarily looking at the, what you might call your gross regional products, development, that side of things. So that's not, that can be a separate matter that council can ask for information on at the time.
Yeah,
So
I just think that the employment and everything that comes out of, in other words, economic development that comes out of an asset such as the Toowoomba Aerodrome, which is a very busy site, it needs to be considered as part of it. It's like considering the racehorse industry without considering the economic spin-off from that industry. I think it has to be a whole of consideration. So in relation to not renewing leases, I believe it leaves insecurity for businesses at the aerodrome, as discussed last week, but it also holds up possible sales of hangars to interested parties and holds up the ability to expand a business due to the lack of confidence currently hanging over the aerodrome. This is not good business for council or its tenants, in my view. The report indicates that putting the 3 leases out to tender now would increase revenue by 20% at the aerodrome. Why aren't the current profit and loss statements provided in this report to assist us in understanding what we are looking at here? Because people out at the aerodrome at the moment are on hold. Some of them are on a month-by-month lease. Some of them are unsure what's going on in the future. And I think by not having any financials in this report but expecting councillors to agree to not go out to tender for the 3 opportunities that are out there at the moment, or renew current leases that are in a holding pattern, I think it's just blind decision-making for us to do that without having all that financial knowledge before us.
Point of order.
Councillor,
Point of
it's all
order.
right, Councillor Carl. If we go into debate, and there was a bit of that happening there, Councillor Nancy, you've got some good points there raised, and they'll be included in that report. Just a reminder that the committee recommendation, which is here, the council at this time not seek tenders for new leases or confirm existing lease renewals for sites at the Toowoomba City Aerodrome until the financial review currently underway is completed and presented for council's further consideration at the June 2024 committee meeting following a council information session. We included that information last week to give some timelines on that. So that is the committee recommendation. Can I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Carroll, second by Councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate? If not, we'll put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? We'll record the vote, Councillor Nancy, because we also have the Deputy Mayor and Edwina out of the room as well. So Wendy, is that going okay there? Okay, you're right, Wendy. Thank you, Mike. You might stay there because there's other items in ISG. We can bring the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Edwina in. Thanks, James. Sorry? The councillors, we move to the other items and we'll do them one at a time. Item number 5, and keeping in mind these are in confidential, if we need to go into debate or discussion, then we will have to go into closed session for those that require it. Item number 5 is the proposed acquisition of land at Highfields, and the committee recommendation is before you. The council exercises its powers as constructing authority under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967 to issue a notice of intention to resume to the landowners of the property affected by the land requirements, generally in accordance with attachment 2 of the confidential report titled Proposed Acquisition of Land at Highfields, and 2, the council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the acquisition and to execute the necessary documentation to enable the transfer of that property. That is the motion from the committee. Moved by Councillor Carroll. Do I have a seconded? Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Nancy, record your vote. Sorry, Wendy? Yeah, the votes were 10-1. Councillor Nancy recording vote for against. Councillors, so we then move to item number 6. Again, a reminder, this is in confidential. If we need to, we can go into confidential. The item is proposed acquisition of land for drainage and open space purposes. The committee recommendation is 1, that council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate for the acquisition of the properties as described in the confidential report titled Proposed Acquisition of Land for Drainage and Open Space Purposes, and 2, that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to execute the necessary documentation to enable the transfer of properties. That is the motion. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Does any need to go into debate? We can't anyway. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Tim, just let's go. Those in favour? Okay, those against? Councillor Nancy, record your vote. So 10-1 there. Okay, we then move, councillors, to item number 7, which is again confidential. Road Operation Service Review, February 2024. You'll note, councillors, we made quite a few little changes to this last meeting, at the committee meeting. Number 1, the council note the information provided in the confidential report titled Road Operation Services Review, February 2024, and that an information session be held in July 2024 regarding the processing of temporary traffic management applications. 2, the council investigate temporary traffic management policy and other effective jurisdictions by May 2024. And 3, that the Toowoomba Marathon is considered a test case highlighting the opportunities for improved regulatory processes for temporary traffic management for events by June 2024. Have someone move that motion? Moved by Councillor Carroll. Have a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour, go straight to the vote. Now, Wendy will have to record these ones. Those in favour, just keep your hand up if you don't mind. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill, Councillor Tim, Councillor Edwina, Councillor James, Councillor Kerry and myself. Those against, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nancy, Councillor Melissa and Councillor Megan. Rebecca, Nancy, Melissa and Megan. Yeah, Melissa as well, yeah. There's no. So we should have 11 votes all up, 7-4. Thank you, Wendy. When you're ready, we'll 1, 2, 3. That adds up to 11. Very good. Councillors, we move then to item number 8.4, which is community, the Committee of Environment and Community, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item number 8.5, councillors, is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There's 4 substantive items there in which to vote on. There were no declarations in regard to these items. Does anyone wish to remove anything out of Finance and Business Committee? If not, the report for the Finance and Business Strategy Committee dated 14th February 2024 be received and the recommendations are therein adopted. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. A bit slow on the uptake there, Bill, but we got you. Very good. Okay. Now, item 8.6, Economic Development Committee. The motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 14 February be received. Those in favour? Moved. Sorry, mover. Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Very good. Okay, councillors, we move then to item number 9, which is the monthly performance statement, and invite General Manager of Finance and Business, Anne-Marie Johnson, to come forward. Welcome to you, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement as required by Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. So I've provided councillors with some details around those variants. So happy to take that report as read and take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillors, do you have any questions in regard to the statements at this stage? Question, Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anne-Marie. So I'm going to ask the question again about the grants. Where are we at with the grants? Since the appointment of a new grants officer, which was approved back in, I think, appointed in May last year, just wondering how many grants have been applied for and successful. I think I asked that last month and still waiting. Thanks.
Yes, councillors. So we are in the process of implementing software that will capture the information. So previously, the application and recording of grants has been carried out across the organisation. So with everyone having their own separate logins. So what we're doing is bringing all that together, and we should have that to councillors in very near future. And I'm happy to send an update.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so we had someone appointed in May last year, but you're saying that people in other departments have been doing all the applying for grants, not the grants officer, is that right?
That's correct. So what we're dealing with is a change process in the organisation. So previously, each operational area had their own login. It's impossible with the systems that we're using for an officer to have oversight of the different logins. So we are customising it, bringing in one system, and we have identified software that is available that we have implemented. There's 2 different types of software. One for reporting purposes, and we're creating a dashboard so councillors will be able to look at any time at a BI dashboard and see exactly what grants have been applied, what the status is, and what the reporting against those, the milestones. And we've also, we're also implementing a funding, sorry, the name escapes me now, but it's a funding tool that allows us to receive instant advice of any grant Australia-wide that would be suitable for us. So all of that is very close to being finalised. And I suppose we started off as a new position, a new role that we've never had at Toowoomba Regional Council before. So we repurposed a senior vacancy position to create this officer's role. We started off by joining the local government grants officer network and finding out what best practice looked like. There have been some other issues which I don't feel comfortable discussing at a public meeting, but I'm happy to send an email about that one to councillors, just with a bit of an update with some of the challenges we've experienced in this area. But I'm still very confident that it was a good decision and that we will get the benefits. So we are at this stage applying for every single grant that we can. A couple of years ago, councillors would recall that we made a decision not to apply for grants that weren't in the 10-year Capital Works programme, that we need to be really conscious of the number one priority for us as an organisation is the dam safety project. That has impacted other works in our 10-year plan. So we are ensuring that everything that's in that plan, every available source of funding, that we are applying for that.
Great, thank you, because we're going to need every cent we can get, or council is going to need every cent it can get moving forward. And I think it would be quite easy to perhaps email all your managers and say, okay, let us know what grants you've applied for since May last year, and I guess we'd have more of an understanding of where we are at as an organisation in relation to applying for grants, rather than, I'd much rather see figures in front of me so that I understand what grants have been applied for, rather than we've been applying for everything we can get. We don't know what that is. Us around the board, we're blind to what that is. That could be 3 grants since May last year, we don't know. Or it could be 20 or 50, we don't know. So data on grants that have been applied for since the appointment of that position last May would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Megan, then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Mayor. Anne-Marie, it might just be a timing issue. The 100% increase, the 100% variance on the contributed assets, can you just give me a bit of an explanation about that? Is it just timing, or? That's on page 27.
Thanks, Councillor. So contributed assets are assets that Council receive as part of a development. So they are on track. They have to be actually capitalised to appear in the statement. So they have been received, they haven't been capitalised. And the reason they haven't been capitalised is because of the revaluation work on our road and bridge network, which is the largest asset class that Council has. That revaluation process, which was part of our committee report, so one that's just been accepted, went longer than we anticipated. So we're slightly behind with the capitalisation process, but at this stage, it's not a challenge. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
Thanks, Councillor Megan. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie. Good morning. I just wanted to pick up on the unrestricted cash expense ratio. Ratio is worth keeping an eye on. And I note it changes month to month, but if we have a target of 2 months in our sustainability guidelines. We've been consistently well over that, and we're at 5 months now, which means 139 million, and it was up in August at 7.2 months, and it's been kind of dwindling ever since. So we've gone from 7.2 to 5, but our sustainability target is 2 months. So there may very well be a good reason. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what that is. Thanks.
So there's a couple of things around that one. So we have very healthy cash reserves. So we're behind delivering capital works at the moment. That impacts the cash that we're holding. And I think it's important to note that what sits behind this, our cash holding, is our investment strategy. So we have a formalised investment policy. What we do with our cash, we invest cash twice a day, every day. And so we also look at our debt, and we ensure that where it's advantageous to council to pay back debt early, we will pay back debt early. So that's based on what the interest rates are, what the redemption quotes are. So I think it's a strong, healthy balance, which sets us up well for some of the challenges that we've got ahead of us in the next couple of years with significant capital works.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's worth some publicity on. We've gone to the community and stated this is our financial position. We're strapped. We've got projects that we need to fund, but we have 140 mil sitting there. So I appreciate there's a strategy and a policy behind it, but maybe some communication continually around that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? There's not. Just refer to page 27 of the consolidated financials, and I guess the question through you, GM, to all GMs this afternoon for the group reports. And we've got a budget review session tomorrow, budget review next week. It'll come through, particularly around the capital spend. I just mentioned, Councillor Tim, you raised the reserves that we have, or unrestricted cash. If you look at the bottom line there around total capital expenditure, this time last year, it was 86 million. We're 71 million this year. So I guess the question to our GMs this afternoon for group reports is to make a comment on that prior to we get to budget reviews, and if there will be a change in our overall budget of around about $740 million for this year, 215 million in capital, getting to the pointy end of the financial year. That's the budget review too gives an opportunity to have a real close look at that. So it's just a question on notice for group reports this afternoon. Any other questions or comments? If not, the motion there is before you, councillors. The motion is simply that the monthly financial performance statement of the period ending 31 January be received. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Councillors, I move to adjourn if anyone is willing to do that for 15 minutes. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Back at 10:45.
Thank you, councillors. You have the report and the attachments there. Open to any questions you may wish to ask.
We'll open the floor, councillors. Questions for the CEO's report? Any questions? Councillor Nancy.
I don't like to disappoint. Brian always expects questions from me, I think. So, Brian, we received your email this morning about the exit survey report that we've asked for. I'm looking forward to receiving that legal advice so that we can understand why we wouldn't be able to receive that, but we can receive the staff survey results. Both are done confidentially. So it'll be interesting to see the results of that. In relation to annual performance reviews, can you advise if you've completed all the ELT staff, general managers? They're all up to date?
Yes, they're all done.
Yeah, thank you. In relation to the railway parklands, the decontamination, this has been something that's been going on, I think 2012 or 2013, that land was negotiated, and yet it's only been in the last, 9, maybe 12 months that it's come to my attention that the decontamination of the site has never been considered as part of the financial impact for us delivering the railway parklands, and I was wondering whether you could shed any light on how that's come about, please.
You're talking about the Good Shed land in relation to that. My understanding is that issue was flagged way back in the original reports. That's my recollection about that, about the potential contamination of that land because of the previous use, obviously because of the Good Sheds and potentially chemicals, fuel, hydrocarbons, etc. That is a potential that was there. So I think that was flagged way back, but we'd have to go back and have a look at the previous reports relevant to that. You will recall that was a decision that was made very quick notice from the state to gift that land to council. And it was heritage listed at that particular time. Council took that on board. There was considerable investment by council and the state, I must say, in refurbishing the Good Shed. But the original, and there probably was some investigations per se about the particular land site that the actual building sat on. But I don't know, or I can't comment any further at this point without having refreshing my memory about the extent of further exploration as to the extent of contamination on that site. But we'll have to have a look at that originally to see what was done. But I understand that was an issue, or I believe that was an issue that was canvassed at the time council considered taking on that land. So
the Good Shed, my memory of the Good Shed, and we are both working on memory here at the moment, was we put in 5 million, state put in 5 million towards the resurrection or restoration of the Good Shed, and that included the decontamination of that actual site, didn't it?
That may have only been for the particular site that it actually sat upon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the extent of the how far beyond the actual footprint of the actual good shed proper that those investigations extended to.
Yeah. So perhaps it would be handy for us to have an understanding, particularly for the new council moving forward, of the footprint of where they're saying this contamination is and what that could potentially mean for council for future budgets, and particularly if funding is offered to us, and we all recall the Olympics were suggesting that there could be potential funding there. There was an announcement, I recall, through the Council of Mayors, you may remember too, Councillor Jeff. So I think it'd be handy for the council to have a full understanding of what sort of cost implications with that decontamination of that site and where that footprint is and just how much work would need to be done. Thanks.
Further information might be available. You'll recall there was a draft master plan for a parkland development there, and it's probably highly likely that that issue was further explored within that report itself, but that's another source where we could have a look to see what was actually said at that particular point in time.
I found that the other day when I was having a bit of a clean out, and I didn't actually see anything in there, but it could have been. I was in a bit of a hurry. So in relation to our staff numbers, we've been saying for 2 years, maybe longer, that we are down 200 staff. Could be longer than 2 actually, couldn't it? And I just wonder, from a budget perspective, what do we need a resolution of council, or should council decide that it would be the appropriate thing to do, to reset our actual permanent numbers by less than 200, because we've been operating for this whole period of time down 200 staff, and yet there's budget implications for us keeping those 200 on our books. And so I just wonder whether what process would have to be followed should council decide to do that.
I think councils can see fit to decide what it wishes as a whole. As far as the majority goes, that's a matter for the council to consider. As we've had many discussions, I think, along this journey over the last couple of years about supplementing the lack of internal labour resources that we haven't been able to procure, we've had to use external consultancies and contractors to do some of that work. So the overall budget basically moves between the materials and services and the labour budgets, moving between those. We have, in effect, what you talked about. We did do that through our budget processes 5-6 years ago, potentially,
I remember.
where we set, and there's a couple of ways you could structure the budget. You could say the current staff are what's your current labour requirement. The capacity within our forward 10-year plan and our each year is that we've got a certain X amount, say another 50 or another 100 employees that still fit within that cap. And we could say, we as executive leadership team determine how we actually reallocate those available 100 or 50, whatever it may be, resources amongst that. The way we've been doing it in the past is we've been basically saying, in the last recent years, is there's a total number of staff. We know we haven't been able to fill them because of multiple reasons, which I think we've all talked about before. Therefore, even though we've said our total staff approved establishment is X number, we can only afford a smaller number. The reality is there's been no brakes put on recruitment at all to the existing vacancies. So we're saying our numbers is somewhat 200 people more than actually sitting in positions at the moment. We haven't been able to fill those with recruiting. There's been multiple attempts to do that, and we've actually had, because of the shortage of availability of labour resources, we've actually had to go out and supplement those through external consultancies. And obviously, there's components of overtime, there's a whole range of things that we need to do and work our way through that process. So, in effect, what we do, we can't do much more about filling the vacancies that we actually have at this particular point in time. They're there because of market conditions at this point in time, but also because of the affordability. But we're still below the affordability, and the number of staff we have is still below what we can actually afford at the moment. But that difference is being taken up by materials and services through contractor or consultancy labour or assistance.
Yeah, thank you. Good conversation. So I did an interesting exercise yesterday to help me understand more about how much we're paying our staff versus others. And I did a comparison with Western Downs, and yeah, there does need to be some adjustment. I agree, in due course. It was quite an interesting experiment for me to do. It informed me better of what we're looking at. And I note, all these new IR changes that are coming in that impact even things like you can no longer have secret contracts or pay arrangements with people. It can't be secret anymore. Like, say you've got a general manager who's on $360,000, and then you've got another one who's on $320,000. They're allowed to know based on the information we provided yesterday at the breakfast. So it really changes. It really changes the playing field for everything. And we've talked previously. I think it was last week's meeting, because we talk about this issue of staffing all the time because it's so important. and we talked about how some people are being paid more than others because we're having trouble getting them, right? And the issues that that causes because other people feel less valued because they're not being paid the same. And so because there can be no secrecy about that anymore either, it's going to be very challenging moving forward, and I'm probably glad I'm not going to be here for you to all work your way through that, but there are significant challenges ahead for staffing and the impacts it has on our budget, whether it be that people are storing too much of their leave or, you know, long service leave or annual leave or any of that sort of thing, the impact that has on our budget, that we're carrying that leave loading, etc., which grows because each year their salary grows, and if they don't take that salary, that way leave for 3 years, we're paying it at the new salary, not the 3 years ago salary. So there's lots of complex issues moving forward, and it concerns me.
Yeah, the industrial landscape is forever moving, and as are the market conditions, and getting something that is a balance between what we can afford and what the expectations are of our staff and staying competitive is always it's a balancing act, a difficult thing to do. I'm not sure of the implications of the legislation you're talking about, whether it's in relation to just awards or whether it extends into contracts that are actually outside of the awards, but we'll look at that as that comes through, obviously, and whatever we're required to do as a council, we always ensure, obviously, we're doing the right thing by our employees, whether they're contracted or external or as outside the award or within the award. We have to make sure we're doing the right thing. But yes, it is a difficult issue to balance, and at the end of the day, we also have to keep in mind the capacity of our ratepayers to actually be able to afford things that we would like to be able to do to attract. There are some limitations, and and as we've talked about before, there are things beyond monetary rewards as well that we need to look at, obviously, as part of our retention or attraction strategies.
Yeah. So I noticed, and that's what sent me down the track of my exercise yesterday, I noticed that we've got a position available in EPMO, and talking about it might help promote someone to apply for it. So, and we've got in there, I think it's either the first or second line in selling it to people is how much money you're going to get, and that is negotiable. It's something like 109 up to 229,000 you'll be paid, but that's also negotiable. So there's opportunity for you to get more if you want. And I was really surprised by that. Because I think we should be promoting the great things about working for the council first. And, you know, it used to always be, and I don't know whether people still feel that way because we do have a lot of people exiting our organisation, but it used to always be, you get a job at council, you've got it for life. I think everybody's heard that 1,000 times. So it's, I think there's opportunity for us to sell more than just the money. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely agree. And the whole landscape's moved. There's so many, because of the very tight labour market, there are so many businesses, private and public, that are actually paying more to attract people and to retain people. And the whole market is basically moving up and becoming more expensive. We do have certain advantages here that, you know, because of our environment, a whole range of things, but so do other places. And you go through the process of recruitment, and as I think I've said before, you get right up to the point of offer, and then you get different asks that are beyond what you can afford or beyond what we can actually offer and remain fair to the other people that stay within the organisation as well. So it's not an easy thing to negotiate.
No. And of course, I'll finish off by saying, you know, at the end of the day, if you haven't got the culture right, people aren't going to stay no matter how much the money is. So we've just got to keep working on our culture as well. Thanks. Good conversation.
Thanks.
Councillor Bill and Councillor Kerry.
I sort of err to make but I'll make a quick comment. It's an interesting discussion, the amount of vacancies, and it's, you know, whether it's in-house or contractor, it's still moving the deck chairs. So there's an interesting conversation coming around, yes, our affordability, it's coming around what levers do we pull. And one of those levers is, of course, reviewing our method of operation, what we do. What is it that we do? And prioritising that. And I don't think it's beyond a reasonable expectation from people out there in the community that local government is known specifically for some real core service provision, and nothing's ever changed in all my time in local government and way before that. It's how we do it and how we deliver it, and what do we actually add to that or take away. So that conversation is inevitably coming, in my view, and it is based on our method of operation. That has to be in the mix, not just whether we shuffle 200 vacancies around and pay contractors 2.5, 3 times the price to do the same work, or you know, put the rates up to afford that. We've got to review what we do. There's lots of things that we've taken on that have evolved, that are add-ons to core council, local government business. The stuff that if we get wrong, we affect a lot of people. The other stuff, we don't necessarily affect everyone. So yeah, it's going to be a tough term to balance that around affordability and what we do, prioritise.
Okay, I'll just take it as a comment. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, General Manager, the CEO, rather. I too, along with Councillor Megan and Councillor Melissa might have been there yesterday too at the, I can't quite recall, at the presentation by Mr Clifford of the changes to the industrial law. My question is it the normal course that you would seek an update of legal advice from him or somebody else in relation to those changes to become abreast of, I think from memory there was going to be a bit of a time lapse before the Royal Assent and the time for which the provisions are to be implemented, so it's probably not totally urgent, but something would be, I'm sure, wise to, in terms of your planning, to be abreast of it. Thank you.
Yes, we do consult with legal experts, and one of those locals is Danny Clifford, and we have used him in the past. So there's two elements. There's the impact of our people who are within awards and external outside awards in relation to the contracts and the construct of those contracts. So yes, it is important that we actually stay on top of that and do that quickly to make sure that we aren't then paying outside of those conditions that people are actually entitled to in the first place, or making sure that council is protected in the any of those contractual arrangements we have with our employees.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Any other questions for the CEO? Councillor Tim.
Well, thanks, Chair. Just picking up on that, I was at the breakfast but did arrive a little late, and I don't think I said hi to Councillor Kerry, but the changes to employers making contact with employees outside of work hours is a huge change that's coming in. I mean, we had an example at the start of this meeting where a water pipe burst at 2 a.m. and staff were notified and they were on site. Now, I don't expect you to have an answer, rather to say we're going to work through that. How is that going to look different if we can't contact staff outside of work hours? A lot of changes, and I welcome a conversation around it.
If I could just give you a quick comment on that particular instance, we have staff who are critical to the services that we need to provide, water, sewerage, road obstructions, etc., who are on call and are paid an allowance to actually allow that to happen. So there's some award conditions that are associated with that, and then there are also probably some EA conditions that are included within our individual EAs for our whole organisation. So those things can be managed. My understanding of that particular issue is people who aren't expected to be on call or aren't being paid or whatever, you can't expect as a boss to contact them and order them to come and do something in particular. Probably it's probably no obligation to actually answer those questions, or sorry, answer those calls. But if the person chooses to, potentially there's probably no issue. It's when you've got that conflict between the expectation of the employer and the employee, where it will fall probably now on the side of, if the employee doesn't wish to be contacted and has probably made that clear and is continually contacted, or is being approached on a regular basis, then that issue then becomes something that the employer will be held accountable to.
Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO, for your report. Excuse me. Just following up on the question, I think it was Councillor Summerfield, asked whether the appraisals had been completed. Yes? They have, yes, so they have been completed. May I just ask, in relation to that, with the number of vacancies that we have in the organisation, is that a KPI of the general managers to then look at the innovation or a different way of assessing services and service levels and requirements of requirements, or the number of vacancies that we've got? A different way of looking at that, is that assessed within the appraisals for the general managers? Because this has been a situation that's been going on for as long as I've been here.
I think we've got to be, we have to be mindful that a KPI has to be something that can be influenced by the person who's actually responsible for it, and it can be measured. To do that with as an individual, and we've talked about all the market conditions, a whole range of things that are beyond their individual control, would be very difficult to actually articulate that in something that is measurable. We do hold, or as part of the their KPIs, it's about the performance of delivering the operational plan, and the capital budgets is linked into their performance appraisals. And obviously, if there's any particular projects that are out of the ordinary, then they will be inserted in there as well. But as far as a general one saying, and there's an expectation, obviously, we've talked about here about in our group reports for general managers to highlight any innovations or improvements that they've got within that. So that's where it comes through. But articulating exactly what it is you want them to achieve and how you achieve it, and how you measure it, would be reasonably difficult, I would think, to do that.
With all due respect, I do beg to differ somewhat. With my experience in business and managerial experience, the number of vacancies and the course of action taken around that should be taken to rectify such situations is quite easily measured. And measuring innovation can be subjective, but it can still be a matter of discussion when it comes to excuse me, positions in the organisation that are affecting the strategic strategic development or economic development of our region, and for the community, and for the effects that those vacancies also have on the rest of the team. So to me, that is a very key KPI, and my question was basically, is that assessed when the appraisals are done?
As always, I try to keep an open mind for any opportunities to improve. Happy to have a conversation with you, what your ideas or perceptions may be in relation to how we could implement that, and we could discuss that at ELT about how we could actually put some of those ideas in place, as it would be any councillor here that wishes to think that we should consider something that could help improve the organisation. Happy to keep
That'd be great,
eyes open about
because
it.
it's getting to a point now where 200 vacancies every month, we hear it time and time again, and unemployment is, from an Australian perspective, is actually increasing.
Yep.
So hopefully there'll be more opportunities to fill those vacancies.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, the motion before you is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. So moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, item number 11 is the Mayor's monthly report, and it's in your papers. I'll just mention the titles of each section so that that's of interest for anyone. Australia Day Award recipients and nominees, advocacy for the Queensland Government budget submission, Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Assessment, local government elections obviously in regard to caretaker, Darling Downs African Communities Council, the FTA Queensland Qantas Group Pilot Academy graduation, and advocacy in regard to Queensland Reconstruction Authority disaster ready funding. They were the topics. Is there any questions, councillors, in regard to any of those items? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Matt. Just the Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Assessment, the line that you've got in there, the main element where Toowoomba Regional Council was mentioned was the potential use of recycled water for industrial and commercial activities. Can you just give us a bit of an idea of what that discussion was?
Yeah, sure. This was the draft which was released in public consultation of the assessment, and it focuses on areas where additional water could be put into the system. And as I mentioned there, I think in regard to feedback to the department around the lack of large new water infrastructure projects, this was one of those that was put forward as purple pipe type methodology for industrial and commercial use as a potential new water source. And I think from memory, it's not in the next 5 to 10 years, to be honest. So that was effective what it is, looking for more water into the system. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I also wanted to highlight the next line that was in that section of your report about feedback was provided to the department about the lack of large new water infrastructure projects. And I thank you that as a council we'll continue to work with the department to increase water security. But my question, Mayor, is when that feedback was provided to the department about the lack of large new water infrastructure projects, can you share with us what their feedback was? And did they, for instance, also share that had been common feedback received from other areas of the state where there were other water assessments being undertaken?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. The Moreton one was under assessment at the moment, at the same time. So for Western Downs particularly, they're involved in that area, and of course they've got a project underway around the feasibility of the Nathan Dam as well. However, the feedback from the department was really, and it was probably the most disappointing part, if I could be perfectly frank, that's coming from Southern Downs, Western Downs and ourselves, was that the department was looking at multiple ways to increase water security on smaller projects. That was the feedback. And so, that was quite strong from all councillors in regard to, the lack of vision for 20, 50, 100 years as to what that looks like.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that through the LGAQ, that's also been the feedback provided further north, right the way up to the water assessments that are being undertaken are in far north Queensland.
Yeah, so there's a pretty common theme, and I'd suggest it's a common theme across the nation at the moment too. Same sort of thing. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to Councillor Nancy?
I just wanted to go back to the commercial and parks. Is it industrial and commercial activities for recycled water? Has anyone worked out how we're going to get it to them?
That is one of those really interesting things about these sorts of projects, Councillor Nancy. There's not a lot of detail in regard to how you can fund it and what the economic benefit might be. However, it's definitely on the table. Councillor Bill?
I can give some small insight. It's back to the future for me. We had a purple pipe network that started in the old Crow's Nest Shire, reticulated from the water treatment plant, and it was to be used for outside garden taps and toilets. It was designated and it was reticulated in dual trench And so that's one method in which we get it to, and that's why it's critically important for us to be considering those sorts of options in future planning schemes and requirements around development for the installation of that infrastructure if it goes that way. But that's how it's been done in the past in many other places.
Thank you. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I also was going to pick up on that sentence about the department. I welcome the comments from the Chair of Water, but we have a water vision plan that says by 2046 we're going to need another large major water source for Toowoomba region. We're growing rapidly, and it worries me that there's going to be little augmentations here and there. I think we need to continue to look for another large water source, wherever that is, whatever that looks like, and I welcome your advocacy with the department on that. So I'll leave it as a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Tim. If there's no further questions, the motion before us is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Now we get to item number 12, councillors, the Toowoomba Sports Ground 60-day review into the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan. Councillors Rebecca, Councillor O'Shea and myself will leave the room, and I'll hand the chair over to, with Councillor O'Shea leaving the room, it would go down to Councillor Tim to chair the this section. So, Councillor Tim, I'll hand over to you and I'll leave the room.
Thanks, colleagues. We are on item 12, Toowoomba Sports Ground 60-day review into Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan. Before I move to councillors, note General Manager Nick and Sally Egan, Manager of Parks. Did you want to say anything or introduce the topic before we open up the conversation? General Manager Nick.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, just a brief introduction. The Toowoomba Sports Ground, as you know, is a Queensland government-owned and operated venue. It's currently the major regional rectangular stadium for South West Queensland. An upgrade of that sports ground has been identified in the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan, so that the site can facilitate Olympic football preliminary matches. In January 2024, Premier Stephen Miles committed to a 60-day review of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan. So there's an opportunity for Council to provide a submission of the 60-day review in relation to the Toowoomba Sports Ground, should it so choose. Submissions are due by 21 February, which is tomorrow. So councillors, a draft's being prepared for your consideration, and the recommendation is that you endorse the submission of that plan. If there's any feedback on it, we can take that and make those amendments prior to submission. I'd also add that a further opportunity exists to bring to the attention of the panel the prospect to host equestrian events and or support equestrian requirements associated with Brisbane 2032 at the Toowoomba Showgrounds, and you'll note Council's previous support for the development of a business case for an equestrian centre of excellence there.
Thanks, General Manager Nick. So I will open up for questions that are questions, and perhaps if we could leave debate until debate. First of all, first hand I saw though was Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, I'm just, as I floated earlier in the meeting, I'm just wondering, colleagues, General Manager Nick, the worthwhile of it, actually splitting the two issues out, Toowoomba Sports Ground, and vote on that separately, and the showgrounds, we vote on that matter separately as to support or otherwise for a submission. I just feel as though they've been lumped in together, and each of them I think would have value in a separate consideration. Open to what colleagues think.
So, Councillor Bill, were you looking to foreshadow a motion?
Yeah, I'll take some advice first, but
So can
I see
have it-
merit in actually voting on the two matters separately, but I'm open to some advice.
So before we get any conversation on whether that could work, do I have a seconder for a foreshadowed motion? I know your hands up. I did see Councillor Nancy's first. Did you want to second Councillor Bill's foreshadowed motion? Sorry, Melissa, I just saw that hand. So I'll just take advice. We have a mover and a seconder, but you did ask for advice, Councillor Bill, and if that would work, so I'll take it to GM Nick.
Councillors, we can amend the submission however you so instruct us, so the decision's yours and we can amend the submission based on your decision.
So, Councillor Bill, I would you like to put that motion now or foreshadow at the appropriate time?
Put the motion now, and then we go through the process of discussion, debate on each of those there. I see the CEOs.
Okay, so I do need a motion from the floor, Councillor Bill. I'm happy.
That we vote on, or we vote on the simple. We vote on or separate the two matters and vote on them independently. One, the Toowoomba Sports Ground, and two, the Royal Agricultural Society submission, or as it's worded in the report.
So the motion now, Councillor Shine, I will just get Wendy to clarify those words for the motion. Were you wanting to debate? Question the motion? I did have Councillor Megan's hand up first. Was that in relation to something else? Okay. So happy for a question regarding the foreshadowed motion, Councillor Shine.
It was a question in relation to the General Manager's comments. And if it's out of order, you'll let me know. But I was just wondering what the request from the we're here today because of a request that we supply our views on the benefits of the proposition at the Toowoomba Sports Ground. I'm just wondering, have we ever been asked to supply any comment about the showgrounds? And if so, if not, then...
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. I'll hand over to General Manager Nick about comment on if we've been asked on the showground.
So the main terms of reference for the 60-day review are around the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games master plan. And so the Toowoomba Showground's not included in that master plan. It's not at the present time. And so we've prepared a submission for your consideration, and like I said in my opening introduction, you can choose to make a submission or not make a submission, or give us advice about how you'd like that submission amended. Through the consultation and conversation with the review panel, though, the prospect of putting forward the Toowoomba Showgrounds as a potential for either hosting equestrian Olympic events or for assisting in other ways, be that quarantine or pre-training or whatever other opportunities might present themselves, was discussed, and it was suggested or supported that we might include raising that prospect in our submission. So the officers, we've prepared this submission for your consideration based on our advice. If you choose not to support that submission and would like to see it amended and split in two, like I said, that's a matter for council to determine, and we'll act accordingly.
So thank you for your question, Councillor Shine. Are there any other questions for Councillor Bill regarding the amended motion? So Councillor Bill, we're not going to debate yet, but would you like to move the motion officially? Have we got it on the screen? The motion is that Council vote on each aspect of the submission of the Queensland Government 60-day Olympic Committee and Paralympic Venue Master Plan Review. Attachment 1 separately. The aspects are the Toowoomba Showgrounds, the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland proposed to develop Toowoomba Equestrian Centre. Councillor Bill, are you happy with that motion?
Yeah, I think that sets it out clear enough. And then I would understand that we would then go into discussion about each of those items and vote separately on them.
Well, if this motion is carried, I'll separate it, or if it's not, we'll go back to the original. So I will move the motion first. Councillor Carroll, do you have a question?
I have a question, thank you. How can we ask for this to go through? We would need to ask for them to add this. It's not, as the General Manager has said, part of the Independent Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan review at this point. It's not in there. So any motion that we would have would be to ask this independent Graham Quirk's chairing committee to add the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland's grounds, because it's not actually in the review at the moment. We could say that we support its being added. In my view, we can't really just come in because it's not part of the review at this point. I support it being part of the review, but the point is it's not in there at this point.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Carroll. We are at questions. So we have this foreshadowed motion that we're going to vote on them separately. Councillor Bill, you've moved it. Councillor Nancy, you've seconded it. Colleagues, before I put that motion, is there any reason to go into debate? I see no hands up. So of Councillor Bill's amended motion, that we look at each aspect separately, can I have all in favour, please? 1, 2, 3. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion is lost. So we'll revert to the original motion, which is that Council endorses submission to the Queensland Government 60-day Independent Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan review. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Chair. GM Nick, can you just explain, I know that it's there in the report, about, I guess I really, for people who haven't had the benefit of reading the report, that this is a separate process to the project validation process, and explain what is happening in that space.
Sure. So the 60-day review is designed to assist the state government in assessing infrastructure investments to be made for the 2032 Games venues against criteria which include value for money, fitness for purpose, deliverability and community legacy. So they're looking at high-level return on investment should the project go ahead. Running separately to that is the project validation process that's currently being undertaken by OPO, and I'm just looking for the full term of those, the Office of the Olympic and Paralympic Infrastructure. So another state government department is running the project validation report. And as that relates to the Toowoomba Sports Ground, they've undertaken an investment logic mapping exercise. They're considering 8 site configuration options considered against multi-criteria assessment and the impacts of that development. So they deal with all of the issues and concerns that have been raised. We also make note that impacts on neighbourhood and impacts on current tenants and users of that facility are all addressed as part of the project validation process, which is independent and separate from this 60-day review.
You happy with that, Councillor Megan? Further questions, I have Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Nick. So on Board Books 52, in the background, it says in there that a further council information session was held on the 7th of February where council was addressed by the 60-day review panel led by Graham Quirk. I think it actually should be reflected in there what really happened, and that is that we probably heard 5 minutes of what he had to say, and he probably heard 3 minutes of what we had to say, and so really there wasn't any conversation held due to technology issues. This is a historic document, and it needs to be recorded accurately, and we were not given a review or an interview with former Lord Mayor Quirk or the panel, because the conversation just didn't happen. And I think that actually needs to be reflected as a record, just for accuracy. Forget about our frustration, but I think for accuracy, it's important that we didn't hear what he had to say and he didn't hear what we had to say. So then on 58, which is the first dot point, direct legacy opportunities. I was surprised to read in that first dot point, it is understood that TSB have advised that surrounding councils have also expressed interest in stating their support for the proposal. Anything that's in this submission should be validated. We shouldn't be having anything in there, it is understood that. That's not validation of anything. If it was Toowoomba and Surat Basin have confirmed that surrounding councils have expressed interest in stating their support for this proposal, I could live with that if it had been confirmed. But we can't have things in here like that. That's supposition, and it just can't go in there, in my view. I'd be surprised if anyone disagreed with that, to be honest.
Another comment from the officers, please.
I think that's a matter for council to decide. If you're uncomfortable with those words, we'd take the views of council around that and amend the submission accordingly.
Thank you. So then going back to page 54 in the financial resource implications, it says in there that the impacts on council's infrastructure networks are unknown until this work is completed. So how can we be sending something of support, particularly in our current budget environment, how can we be sending a submission of support when we don't know? And we've already talked about how our water and sewage infrastructure is going to be a major problem in relation to that site, that has to have a lot of work done on that, and we don't know what that cost is. How can we actually do that without having, because it actually says in there, one of the things that it says as part of this, the criteria for this submission is value for money. Well, if we don't know the financial implications, we don't know the value for money, particularly if council gets the bill for all the water and sewage. And another thing that needs to come into play with there, in my view, is the relocation of the clubs. Like, who would be paying for that if this was to go ahead? So I've got questions about how we can support something from a perspective of it'd be a great thing for the community when we don't know what the impact to council's budget could be. And I'm really quite worried that we would consider doing that.
So I think the first point to note is that the 60-day review is not the investment decision. The project validation report is the investment decision. So that's important to note. I think the other points that you raise about significant impact on council's water and infrastructure, I don't think that's known or thought to be true either. I understand that preliminary reports are saying that that's not necessarily the case. So I think we're dealing in unknowns there by trying to draw a view or an opinion that is the case. As far as addressing impacts on local clubs, again, that's for the state government to deal with through their project validation process and the implementation plan. It's not for me to comment on or draw an opinion around those things. The state will determine those.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I hear where you're coming from, but at the same time, this document will be used as an affirmation document in the decision-making process by the panel or by whoever makes the final decision about whether it's a goer or it's not. And so it's important that this submission be real. We need to understand, it needs to be quite clear in there that one legacy we can't have is a big bill, because we can't afford it. So all costs would have to be covered by the Olympics, not this council, because you've already got too much pressure on it now. So that's what I'm saying. We send this submission in, it's used as a validation document in consideration of whether it's a yes or a no. So we get one chance to say how we really feel about this, and that includes that we can't afford to put any money in.
I understand where you're coming from, councillor. Again, I reiterate, the review's recommendations are not the investment decisions. The project validation report is the investment decision. So even if the 60-day review concludes and recommends the continued inclusion of the Toowoomba Sports Ground in the Games Master Plan, the project validation report may still determine a different outcome from that when it assesses against its multi-criteria. So it's for the panel to determine the value for money outcomes. We're not privy to the detailed budgets of the state government and their allocations to this project. I know there's speculation abounding around what that is, and some numbers have been published in media today, but I'm not sure that that number is confirmed or understood. But what council's submission is trying to do is to outline what the legacy benefits of the investment might be, and it's the review panel's job to determine whether that's good value for money or not.
Yeah, but I think we do have to paint a proper picture. So on Board Books 59, once again, in the growth of this visitor economy, we have Tisby has made council aware that at least one major international hotel brand has shown intent to invest in Toowoomba on the back of the proposal to upgrade the TSG. Do we have that in writing from that international hotel brand?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
See, this is supposition again. It's worrying for me, I have to say. I'll leave this now and let others ask questions, but I've got some more. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions, Councillor Summerfield. I have a bit of a line-up here, Councillor, so I'm just going in order. I have Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, Nick, I'm not directing this at you personally, but, you know, I agree with Councillor Nancy. This submission, there's quite a bit of subjective. That's one that was just raised, and thanks, Councillor Nancy, I was going to raise that myself. But I think the question in my mind is, when I consider the best practice process that council takes around community consultation, and I get this is a 60-day submission, and then we go into validation. But the question in my mind that I'm genuinely asking, and you don't have to answer, but I think that we need to all answer, is how do members of the public feel if the first opportunity they've approached with is, what do you think about the plan for this site? What do you think about the project or the idea itself? So I'm fearful that this validation project is raising expectation and pushing the impacts on the present day community, and namely numbers of suburbs around this site, pushing it into the corner, because we as council are potentially endorsing a validation process. So, and I get your point about, you know, the investment stage, but we're really raising expectation based on what's in this report, and I'm really uncomfortable with the content of the report, let alone how do we do it? What should we do? I mean, should we jump along for the ride and expect community members to be asked a decision on, in the validation process, if it goes ahead, the investment process? What do you think about this site layout for TSG? The horse has bolted then, hasn't it? I don't know. It's probably not for you to answer, but we all need to be able to answer that. Is that best practice from a community consultation process?
The comment I would make is that the entire process is owned and run and administered by the state government. Okay, so that, you know, the entire consultation process. And I think, again, I reiterate, it's important to differentiate between the 60-day review and the project validation process. So this is not about the project validation. As the project validation continues, it might discover elements that are unacceptable, unpalatable, don't demonstrate value for money etc., etc. The 60-day review is around the high value, the high level return on investment, value for money of Toowoomba Sports Ground hosting those preliminary football matches. And the decision in front of council today is whether or not to make a submission. So you can choose not to make a submission if that's the will of the council, or if you do choose to make a submission, for us to take your feedback around the draft that's being prepared for your consideration.
Thanks. One more, Chair. So then my absolute concrete question is, why are we making a submission if this is a state government piece of real estate, and let them drive the process? Why do they need our endorsement? Why are we making a submission?
That's the matter that's before you to determine today, councillor.
I think it's like the fluff duster that catches fluff. There's lots of things that gain momentum here, and we don't need to be in that process. We need to actually make sure we're at baton for the community here, and making sure we sort our business from a local government perspective.
Thanks, Councillor Bill, for your questions. Now, councillors, I do have quite a lineup. I've got, in this order, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Megan, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Carroll, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr Chair. You're doing a good job. And you all... Look, I'd just like to clarify something that's been said. We did hear former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Karen Quirk, speak, and what he said was he requested a submission from this council. The submission is not on anything that happens at the grounds, except the two things came out of that was what economic benefit would be achieved by the upgrading of the stadium, and what legacy would such an investment leave for our community going forward. Two councillors were heard, and it was nobody's fault. It was because all of the technology didn't work, and it was terribly distressing for all of us, I guess. The legacy that such an investment would leave for our community going forward, we have to think about that. It's not just the community that's here now, it's the community, future community, all the young kids that are running around here now. The simple fact of the matter is that's all we're being asked to do. And why we're asked to do that is because we, 11 people, and how many are here today, are put here to represent our community, our whole community, and what we think may play out coming forward. So the state government owns the stadium, and in many areas involving local government, the state will make its decision regardless of council's position. And I have to say that my grandson, they had a feature game there some years ago with the Reds versus the Waikato Chiefs here, and it had to be subsidised to the tune of something like about $15,000 because the ability isn't there to sell tickets to cover anything like that. Enough to... what I also agree that there's enough room there without impacting, but then that isn't our decision, enough to impact to upgrade the stadium's seating, lighting and IT without impacting.
Point of order, Chair.
I have a point of order,
Councillor Bill, you've had your say.
No, Councillor Carroll, I do have a point of order. I'm obliged to accept that.
Those points are valid for debate.
Councillor Carroll, I just asked if you have a question, please.
Well, I have got a question because I think I'm quite right. Councillor Bill didn't address questions either, I might say. We heard Graham Quirk, and I'm going to ask the officers if I'm correct in saying this. He asked why council hadn't made a submission. For some reason we weren't. And am I correct in saying all we're being asked for is outlining the economic benefit which would be achieved by the upgrading of the stadium, what that economic benefit would be today, and what legacy would such an upgrade leave for our sport and for our community, future community, going forward in sport, should that stadium be upgraded. I do believe I'm right in saying that, and that's all we're deciding on here today, not anything else. So I think the headlines in the Chronicle are quite incorrect because it was quite clear to me that that's what we're doing here today, and I would ask the officer to comment on that. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor requested of us.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for the question. You're finished. No further questions. Councillor Edwina, can I get your questions, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, GM Nick and Sally, for your review. Councillor Carroll has covered off that meeting with Graham Quirk, and my note here is if it were to be built for $80 million, a sports precinct, what legacy would that leave for Toowoomba? Looking at a return on investment for that state government spend and the community legacy on behalf of the state government. My question is leading on from Councillor Summerfield's question, just in relation to the water and waste at the venue right now, and any, I guess we're looking at the future impact, but with the water and waste, is that paid for by the state government at the moment? So any future development would continue to be paid for the water and waste bills as such?
Can I just ask that question again?
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield was just asking about the ongoing water and waste cost that would potentially come out of the venue, and I was just curious as to know who pays the bills right now for like the water rates, etc.
Right, and again, I might clarify. I understood Councillor Summerfield's question to be concerned about the impacts on council's network and potential upgrades that might be needed for additional capacity. So I understand. I understand that there's comfort that that's not required or it's not significant. I would imagine, I would expect that they are the responsibility of the state through the upgrade of their project. It will be up to council at the time to advocate for that and to negotiate as best we can around those things. The state should be treated as the same as any other developer, and if they're placing additional load or expectation or demand on the network, ought to be expected to pay for that. There'll be a negotiation process to go through with that, as I'm sure you're aware. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, so the water and waste upgrade is not significant, you're saying?
Haven't seen the final reports yet, but the information that had been provided was not identifying major challenges there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. That's your questions. I have Councillor Megan. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think you've got it in the report, and I think they were the words that I used, that putting a submission in is it's providing tacit support to the community. That might be how it's perceived. What I want to know, going back to the project validation process again, is council's a stakeholder at that in that part of the process, is it?
I'll answer that one. So we haven't really been treated as a major stakeholder. The project validation team have been working with us in terms of getting information about how sports works in Toowoomba. So questions like, how much sport network have we got? Is there a gap? So the technical information around how sports facilities work in Toowoomba, and we've been reluctant to give opinions because of previous conversations we've had with council. So we haven't engaged as a stakeholder, we've engaged as technical advice.
And if I could add to that, that extends to, the requests for information have been around our network capacity, so around water and stormwater and sewer and traffic counts and those sorts of things. So we've been asked to provide information that would inform their validation process. So Manager Sally's quite correct in saying we've not been treated, nor have we offered opinions or advice in way of presenting a view from council around those things. It's just simply been technical advice.
Thanks, Councillor Megan, for your questions. Councillor Shine, thank you for your patience. I'll go to you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think my question has been answered in relation to the difference between the validation review and the 60-day review. But is it, or if you are aware, either of you are aware, that, for example, the significant submissions from the Bowls Club and the and the tennis club and others, will those clubs have the, do you know whether those clubs will have the opportunity in the validation process to put their case along the lines of which they've written to us about? Will they be, if you are able to determine that, you may not know the answer to that, but it would be desirable, one assumes, or I believe rather, for them to have that opportunity to put their case to the decision makers, which is not us, in relation to, and I would hope that that validation process might cover that, because it's at the moment what we're asked to decide, as Councillor Carroll clearly indicated, is something quite restricted in terms of the amenities, future legacy, the amenities and things of that nature for the future.
You're quite right, Councillor Shine, that process is owned and run by the state government, and there has been some consultation. The fulsomeness around that consultation is a matter for others to judge and determine. The state is exploring various site layout options before making its decision. Impacts of users and stakeholders will need to be addressed by them in making their decision. And I think that opportunity's been there. I won't pass comment around the fulsomeness of that consultation. I expect that there will be more forthcoming into the future.
Just to follow on, if I could, Chair, would you imagine that they would be entitled to raise issues of locations for relocation and or compensation and issues of that nature in the normal course of state government acquisition of, they already own it, so it's not acquisition, but of the state government taking action as is indicated?
Absolutely, there'll be that opportunity to raise their concerns and ideas, and I believe whether relocations are required or not is still to be determined. I know that that's suspected, and there's speculation around that, and if that is the outcome, I would suggest that it's a responsibility of council to become involved and advocate on behalf of those clubs at that time too, to get them a good deal and a good outcome from that relocation, and it may or may not be that council facilities are required or council lands required to help facilitate that, and that would be the appropriate time for us to be involved in that. And indeed, I suggest I would be sitting here suggesting to you strongly that we advocate on behalf of those clubs and help to try and get the best deal for them at that time, if that's the outcome. Correct.
Councillor Shine, you've finished your questions. I have Councillor Melissa and then Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. As it has been stated, yes, we are asked to represent our entire community. But I find it curious that there's only one opportunity in the submission. We are asked to outline the economic benefit and what are the legacy opportunities for our region. So why then is the state so wedded to this stadium as the only opportunity for our region's Olympic inclusion, when it's been highlighted several times that the major infrastructure adverse impacts on the neighbourhood? And this is such a very important heritage neighbourhood of Toowoomba. I find it curious that we haven't had the opportunity to look at more options within our region. Why haven't other options been considered so a submission could, I believe, be more rounded?
They're very good questions, but they're not questions I can answer, Councillor. They're questions for the state.
Exactly, Nick, and that's why I find so difficult is that a 60-day submission for something that is going to represent our region, there's not enough time for a very well-rounded submission that gives us the opportunity to offer other options to the state. And I can see why they're actually wedded to this because they own the stadium. But there's other options in our beautiful, extensive region in Toowoomba as well that is more suitable. So I find it really curious as to why we have to make this submission within 60 days. And I know it's a submission and I know we then go to the validation, but this is a document that that the Olympic Committee or whoever will be wedded to. And if we say yes to this, then that's actually, in my opinion, saying no to every other opportunity that's out there in the region. And I know you can't answer that, Nick, but it needs to be on the public record that there's got to be other options out there. This is a really highly, what's the word? It's so crowded already. You know, that particular area is already crowded. We know the issues from the major infrastructure adverse impacts of increased crowds to that area. So it's really difficult.
The only commentary I could make to that is we've heard from the state around their assessment that they undertook a number of years ago in relation to the development of the Games Master Plan. So at that time, they considered and assessed the opportunities present in other facilities and other venues and proposed venues, and at that time the decision was made around the Toowoomba Sports Ground.
Just one comment, if I may, please, Chair. Thanks, Nick. Yes, it just goes just to Nick's comment, though. You know, the submission has asked us what are the legacy opportunities for our community. And when you're going to talk about legacy, as Councillor Carroll has stated, it's not just legacy for the community now, it's legacy for communities in the future. So to me, a legacy opportunity is a more rounded, better sports facility than what is there now.
Councillor Melissa, I'll take that as a comment, and I'll allow you to have your say in debate should you need to. Now, colleagues, we've all had an opportunity to ask questions. There are a few more, so I'm going to go for another round of questions if everyone's okay with that. I have Councillor Edwina and then Councillor Summerfield. Just to re-out so everyone's on the same page, we are at questions, not debate at this stage.
Thank you, Chair. My question was in relation to the community groups neighbouring the venue with the Bowls Club and Tennis Club, but General Manager Nick answered those questions with Councillor Shine, that the time will come for our job to advocate for those clubs at the time for project validation, and also commenting on the choice of the venue. You know, the state made it clear that they've chosen this because they own it, but I won't go into save that for debate.
Answer to a question, Councillor Edwina, or?
No, it was a comment.
Okay.
General Manager Nick answered my question before. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have a question from Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. So the submission is based around four things: value for dollar, fitness for purpose, deliverability, and legacy. They're the four criteria for this submission. I don't believe, or I would like to hear why, we cannot include other options in our submission. Why can't we say, this is a one-off opportunity, why can't we say there are other options out there and provide brief on them as part of that submission?
Thank you, Councillor. I think mostly I've written it this way because that was the writing instruction. So the 60-day review panel were very clear that they wanted to hear about the legacy, all of those four things that you listed in relation to this proposal in the venue master plan, and former Mayor Quirk also said he had an interest in hearing council's views on the Toowoomba Showground proposal for equestrian sports, and so I've limited it to that. The only other, the submission can be changed to whatever it is that council wants it to be at the end of the day. Time is short, however, so.
Yes, I acknowledge that. Thank you, Sally. So I guess I have to wonder, how can we submit a report that actually doesn't have value for dollar in there? Because we can't just look at the positive of the value for dollar, we have to look at the negative too, as in how that could impact the council. How can we only have one side of it? It's like writing half the story. How can we only have the positive side of value for money in here versus what it could potentially cost the council?
Would an officer like to respond to that question?
I guess it's a bit of a scope question, really. So I've tried not to get into too much of the dollar value, mostly because the data's not there. So I've used the information that's been made available by the Empire Theatre Group to try and work out what each one of those games might bring to Toowoomba. So in terms of, if we fill that stadium to capacity 10 times during the Olympics, what does that mean? And then if we follow the trail of it's then an event venue and we can have more larger events from the arts and entertainment perspective as well as larger events from a sporting perspective, what that might mean from an economic value. But I guess I haven't put any indication of what it might cost council, because I don't know that that's at the same level or the same scale as what it brings in economically. That's a cost to council that at the time we would have to deal with and we would have to negotiate. And I don't know, necessarily how you track that back to the ins and outs at the larger, broader regional economic development scale. I'm happy to consider whether or not we should put something in there along those lines, but as we are not expecting that there will be any significant impact on infrastructure at this time, it's hard to do.
Thank you. And I do believe it does need to be a fulsome report, and so I actually emailed the Acting General Manager of Water and Waste while we've been talking, and he advises that he's had a discussion with the team and they were not aware of any conversation they have had with the state relating to any impacts on the water and sewer network. This is not to say that the network is not appropriate, just that there has not been a detailed assessment at this stage. As part of any proposed alterations, there would need to be an assessment, and the landholder, the state government, would be asked to meet the augmentation costs if any augmentation is required as part of their project. And note, they would be asked to. Doesn't mean they'll do it. So we do have that potentially hanging over our head, and I think it's important that we're all aware of what we're doing here. We're providing a pretty submission, is how I see it. And what a wonderful world it would be if we could just always focus on the positives. I could come in here every morning and be smiling and happy and drinking the Kool-Aid.
Sorry, Councillor Nancy, I have a point of order.
All right, thank you.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, one more.
Can I, before you ask that question, may I just pause the meeting for a small while? I've just been informed that we have a guest for lunch, a senator, and we were supposed to wrap up by 12. So we're still to go through debate. Quick. So I welcome the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. I'll be quick. So in here we're asked about legacies. That's one of our 4 criteria, right? So do you think we've had the blinkers on in relation to legacy, that we've only focused on the positives of the legacy? Because to me, one of the legacy issues we have, which really does definitely need to be in this report, in my view, is that we're either relocating or killing off 3 historical clubs. That's a legacy.
Look, I can only say again, that's a matter for the project validation process to address that. You're trying to draw me into debate and I'm not going to be drawn in.
Councillor Nancy, thank you for your questions, and I appreciate the officer's response. the not here to debate is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you,
I have
Mr.
you. Would you like to adjourn or would you like to ask a
I'd
question?
just like to ask this question, if
Sure.
I might, and I just want, it's a clarification actually. In light of the 60-day review, which is things like the Gabba and the new stadium over the railway and all the rest of it, and Olympic stadiums for games, ours is pre-games, have we been asked to consider any other venues rather than this one? Because it's been mentioned, and this is what we have to confine ourselves to, not all over the place. We have been asked, I believe, and I just want clarification on this, to comment on this venue. Thank you.
No, we haven't. Apart from the equestrian facility.
No, thank you very much, Sally. Sorry, but, you know, we might think all sorts of things, but that's what we've been asked to do.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. So, colleagues, I have a motion. I'm in your hands. We still need to go through debate if we go through the motion, or we can adjourn for lunch. Do I have a Councillor Kerry Shine? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Summerfield. All those in favour for adjourning? Carried. Those against? One. We will come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. ready, Wendy? So we're back online, colleagues. I have just received advice that we need to defer this meeting for a further 1 hour to discuss legal advice on another matter urgently, is the advice I'm being given. So I do need a motion. In fact, I'll happily, as the chair, move the motion that we defer this meeting for an hour, defer this item for 1 hour to, what's my wording, discuss?
To consider item number.
Oh, just while they're getting that, that means to all the people in the gallery, we're just about to go into debate, and I know that's what you're here for, and it means we're going to have to defer it for another hour because something else has come up, as is often the case. Colleagues, I move this motion that we defer this item for 1 hour to enable consideration of item 16.1 on the agenda. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carroll. All those in favour? Against? No vote recorded. Our motion is moved. So because it's item 16, I will vacate the chair, and Councillor Megan O'Sullivan. Councillor Summerfield, the advice to me in the lunch break was that we need to do legal advice, and these people are only available 1 to 2, and that's the only time they can brief council.
Declarations. So we just got to mention the declarations?
Which on the last page of the declarations, and it's probably going to have the new ones too, so they raised in. I'm happy to explain.
Item 16.1. No. We'll note that they've declared their previous conflicts. They don't have to be, do they? It's okay.
Okay, when you're ready, Wendy.
Right. You're
Councillors, we'll resume the February meeting, and we're moving to the closing of the meeting, and the reasons for this to be closed is that the report contains industrial matters affecting employees and matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice. And therefore is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3, B, E and F of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Councillors, there has been some declarations on the item that will be discussed.
We haven't, just got to go to the vote, yeah. Are we back live streaming? Okay, councillors, we are needing a motion. Then the motion is that council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the authority to enter into mediation and continue with proceedings on council's behalf in relation to planning and environment court appeal number 142 of 2024. Can I have someone move that resolution? Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? Those against? No, it's carried. Yeah. Is that right, Councillor Taylor? Is that how you... Okay, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thanks people in the gallery for all of your patience for that today. We're going back to the matter that we want to have a 5-minute break. 2 minutes. Oh, can I have a motion that we go and have a break? Councillor Shine, Councillor McMahon, all those in favour?
Colleagues, are we all back? I think we're just 1 minute. Colleagues, we might reopen the meeting. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience, all those who have waited. We move then to item 12. The item is Council endorses submission of the Queensland Government 60-day independent Olympic and Paralympic venue master plan review. Attachment 1, colleagues, we've had a fair bit of discussion around this. I don't believe there are any more questions, so I'm in your hands as to whether we go from here. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
The officer's recommendation is moved by Councillor Carroll. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Edwina Farquhar. Colleagues, I realise there might be, does anyone want to go into debate? So I will gladly take the debate. I ask that we follow our rules of respect and play the issue, not the man. Councillor Carroll, as the mover of the motion, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I mean, we're all very cognizant of the concerns of our clubs that are up there, and I think it could be done without impacting on them. But at the end of the day, we sitting around this table are put here for our community to have a strategic vision and to allow for the generations to come to have something that they can aspire to, i.e. the games that come here. I started to say before that we had a pre-season rugby game between the Reds and the Waikato Chiefs, and it had to be subsidised to a tremendous amount of money because you just couldn't sell enough seats because there's no seating there. It was a tremendous game and it was well supported, but there hasn't been one, and that's some time ago. I think it's probably about 7 or 8 years ago. We can't hold a pre-season game for rugby league unless it's highly subsidised. And when the Thunder can't host a game here because there's just not enough seating here, that's the men's and the women's. Going forward, those games are important for our youth to be able to see that happening and aspire to play at that high level. The way council's finances are such that I can't see council upgrading any. Charlton needs all trunk infrastructure, and the way we are financially, I can't see that there'll be anything done in that space for at least another, perhaps it could be 20 years. This is not our ground, and we are not being asked about anything to do with the upgrade as such. What we're being asked to do here is to comment, make a submission to Graham Quirk's inquiry, and we're small fish, as I said before. We're just down the bottom of the big stadiums and areas that are going to be used for the actual Olympic competition. We're here for pre-games, and I have seen that at the Gabba. They were there for pre-games for the Sydney Olympics in 2000, and they brought thousands and thousands of people in for every one of those games. We're being asked what that extra seating and lighting and IT would bring to this community, when it's built. And then we're also being asked what that would leave as a legacy for future generations. So that's what we're being asked to comment on. What happens, I doubt we'll have any say in it no matter what council thinks. It's up to the state government, they own it, and it's up to them to liaise and consult with the communities there. I would hate to see, I do support our sporting clubs, but I don't think we as councillors have a right, if this becomes too hard, I don't think it's very difficult to understand that what's been in the press the last few days, Mackay's been mentioned, Rockhampton's been mentioned. We need to be very mindful that if this becomes too difficult to bring something to Toowoomba, they will just take it somewhere else. And we need something to come here to be part of it. And that's the reason why I'm moving this. It's just a submission. It's a submission from this council on behalf of our community on what that will do for us when it's built and what it would leave as a legacy for our community. And that's why I'm happy to move that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. We'll have a speaker against. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. If we truly have vision for the future, then why are we looking at a constrained site already? If we truly do have vision for the future, sometimes I say an opportunity isn't always an opportunity. Why would we put a submission in? That's a genuine question. Why would we put a submission in? It's state government owned, and it's a state government process. So why would we potentially have our submission used in such a way that it could be said that, potentially, that council agrees with this because they put a submission in? Why would we, and then at project validation stage, wash our hands like Pontius Pilate and say, oh no, that's the state stuff, when we've put a submission in agreeing that we want to see that the potential of that site developed? That is just totally undermining our community's voice because we've taken a position. That is 101 on how not to do community consultation, in my view. Let me talk about legacy. Let's take our rose-coloured glasses off. Legacy is not always positive. The history of humankind will tell us there are good and bad legacies. Legacy is more than being about economic development. Legacy for not just the immediate suburb, but for vast amounts of area around this complex could mean a continuity of use that will disrupt their livelihood forever past the stage of the intensity of development we're looking at here in a constrained site. Legacy will affect the heritage and character overlays and the livability of this area forever after redevelopment of a constrained site. Legacy will also be about a city with a site developed to this extent without accessibility or connectivity from meaningful public transport. Please do not compare us to stadiums in Brisbane where there is a train where people spew out of that and walk into the stadium, or they have a vast network of buses and other forms of public transport to have accessibility to these sorts of events and facilities. We drive cars here because we don't have a public transport system, and don't make the preposterous subjective statement that, oh, it'll enhance our public transport. One facility. And connecting infrastructure. Here's a legacy for us. Consistent with multitudes of other state development or state-led projects, i.e. schools, hospitals and the like, and I can name more than one in my time sitting around this table. State government does not pay infrastructure charges, so the community will pick up the tab for connecting infrastructure. There's been some mentioned, but what about set down areas for buses and approaches and entries and truncations for buses and all sorts of supply vehicles that will cater to the commercial component of this development? That is a phenomenal redevelopment of street frontages, probably won't exist as you see them now. I say again, this is a constrained site. In 10 to 15 years beyond the life of this development, we may be, not we, a future council may be in the position of having a submission put before us to actually resume or buy neighbouring land to further develop this inappropriate site, in my view. So, in conclusion, I don't want to be part of a council that is setting sentiment and eroding away the validity of present-day community representation and genuine community consultation by being seen to agree by putting a submission in when it is not our facility. Let the state do their job appropriately. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Councillor Bill, Councillor Carroll. On our legacy, this is a review. It's a review into how this could impact our community in the future, a return on investment if the state government was to spend this money. If they were to do it, how would this affect our community? Yes, we don't have transport right now, but we could create a legacy for transport. We could use this to really help bolster the transport within our town, but also to our town. It's state land. It's the only rectangular ground in town. Granted, we've had no consultation, and granted that there are other community and sporting groups in the near vicinity, which really quite distresses me. However, I think we need to be brave and look at the bigger picture for our community and our future. This is a $70 million investment into our community if we were to go ahead. Now, we're not endorsing the actual stadium itself, we're endorsing the submission of what it will bring to our community. That spend will lead to more economics, within better economics for our region. We've been missing out on events due to lack of seating. This will bring us the sporting infrastructure we need to stand on our own 2 feet compared to other larger regional cities like Townsville. It will bring accommodation to our town, agriculture. It's a whole community approach. Looking at London Olympics and the legacy from that and the number of people that needed to eat when they came to stay within town. Looking at sports tourism, the volunteering that this could bring to our community. And as I said, we just need that whole community approach. The second part is not only the sports ground, but the equestrian. Now, the equestrian is currently slated for Brisbane, but look what we've got here. We've got fabulous farming land. We've got an airport just out at Wellcamp. We could fly the horses in. We could quarantine them here. We could host some fabulous events, and the money that would be injected into our showgrounds facilities is just, I think, an opportunity that we can't look at. With every horse comes approximately 3 people to look after it. You've got the riders, you've got the support crew, and just the whole plethora of people surrounding those, the equestrian, but also the opportunities to host so many more events within our town. And just confirming this is a submission to outline the community legacy and our ROI. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. I have a speaker against, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody around the room would agree that we want the games. It just shouldn't be at that facility, in my view. There are other options, and that's what I asked about before. You know, can't we look and include other options? And obviously Charlton is one that I support. It would be the catalyst for actually getting that built, and what a legacy that would be to actually have that built. Councillor Carroll just finished saying that we probably won't build it for 20 years. Well, how great would it be if we could put that option forward as a proposal and get that built as a result of that? What a fantastic legacy that would be. One of the criteria was value for money. How can we prove value for money and deliverability without any actual costs, any indication of cost, any suggestion of the infrastructure that may be required, and who's going to fund that? You know, where's the questions around who's funding what? It's already been raised by Councillor Bill, and he's raised that previously. The state government doesn't pay infrastructure charges, so guess who the billy is that's going to be fitting that bill? It'll be this council. So be careful what you ask for. And in saying that, and I think Councillor Bill raised this before too, we are in caretaker mode. By submitting this submission, it is a confirmation of support for the venue by submitting it. And what does that mean we are committing to as a council in caretaker mode? How much money? Which comes back to my question. Value for dollar is one of the criterias, and we have not addressed it, and it's the most important one of all the criteria in here, because it's potentially committing this council to a significant amount of money, those infrastructure charges and whatever else comes with it. We don't know. It shouldn't be games at any cost. It should be measured thinking in doing this, and I don't believe that this submission does that at all. I certainly want those two contentious statements made about Tisby removed of the report, because it's just inaccurate. It's not confirmation, it's not in writing, we don't know, it's just we heard along the grapevine that this might be the case. We haven't got any confirmation of it, and those things should definitely be removed from the report if this was successful today. Legacy isn't only about the positives, legacy is about the negatives, and it's important that that be included in this submission as well, that 3 historical clubs are going to be dislocated, possibly lost forever, if we don't look after them. And that needs to be included. You can't just have legacy one way. You can't say, let's, as Councillor Bill said before, rosy glasses. You can't put your rosy glasses on and say, well, these are all the legacies, because it's not all the legacies. It's not a complete report if you don't include the negative legacies. So I'm not at all comfortable with this report, how it currently stands. There is opportunity for the staff to go away and rewrite it, listening to what's been said around the table here today, and include those important things that have been mentioned. Because I can tell you, I cannot support this in its current form because it's a lie. It does not include the whole story. It's misleading. And they are very strong words, and I strongly support the words I'm saying here right now, because it is misleading. We've only put the positive legacy items in there, not the whole story. Councillors, I urge you to vote against this, and get the staff to rewrite it, having feedback from us, and amend it accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Is there a speaker for the motion? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. It's one of those difficult matters where there are arguments both sides of the coin, and good arguments, and there's fears that what will happen as a result of going down a particular course. I'm sure everyone here, every councillor, has been impressed with the work that's gone into the submissions by the Range Tennis Club and the Bowls Club and other people who've approached councillors of recent times. They are substantial clubs in every sense in terms of membership numbers and all, but very enviable or unenviable terms of years being the first of their kind, or the first few of their kind in the history of Queensland. So, and many of the people involved, many of the councillors who've been around a while would know the people involved and their character and their community mindedness and the great work that they do, not just in terms of their sport, but for the community generally. So it's a difficult issue from my point of view in supporting the officer's recommendation. What gives me some comfort in that is the fact that what's being proposed is not the validation review, where the clubs will have the opportunity to put their case for compensation or for relocation, or for the project not to go ahead at all. That's what that process is there for, and that's what the state government is providing. Clearly, as Councillor Taylor has explained very well, this is just a limited request from the government to address one aspect of the whole project, and that is what benefits would arise for Toowoomba if this went ahead. Not what the difficulties might be or what the costs might be, what the transport issues might be or anything else, but what benefits would arise. I'm not worried about the caretaker period. One assumes that this process is being undertaken by Graham Quirk, pretty well the most experienced ex-local government identity in Queensland, with dozens, I think, of councils throughout Queensland. So if we're in strife, we won't be alone. Putting that aside, it just seems to me that if we don't cooperate, this would be the death knell of any prospect of either the federal and or state governments investing not a small amount of money, but $80 million to provide for us a legacy and a facility that we badly need. I remember, and some of the audience here today would be old enough to remember 14,000 people at the Olympic Cup matches at the Oval, at the Athletic Oval, standing room only. That type of provision of amenity is no longer acceptable to people. They have to have first-class seating arrangements and facilities to compete, to get those games, to get those events. It may well be, I'm not into Taylor Swift, but I could imagine she'd come to the Athletic Oval as is, but after $80 million, probably for her fee, she might turn up, I don't know. Anyway, what I'm saying is, for the benefit of the greater good, the greater number, as opposed to the possible detriment of the members of the clubs involved, I think it's my duty to fall on the side of supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. I have timed these speeches and that was 4 minutes 50, so well done on your 5-minute limit. Do I have a speaker against the motion, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly don't want the state to pack up their bat and ball if this submission is not supported. But let's look at different alternatives. I agree with Councillor Carroll that Council doesn't have the financial capability to spend on such projects. But the state government if the state government goes ahead with this, I believe the state won't pay infrastructure charges. So therefore, council will be footing the bill for the roads and stormwater drainage and all the major infrastructure imposts for this particular area. Remember, this is a heritage and cultural overlay over this particular area. So think of all the bluestone work on those footpaths. All of that beautiful work will be gone. It is so hemmed in, there is no room to expand that area and really have the capacity for the crowds that will come. And the impost that will put on that particular area of our city is just unacceptable. And the state will not put money towards the infrastructure that is required to handle the capacity of the crowds that will come. The lack of community engagement and consultation around this reminds me of another project in our region recently, the Toowoomba North-South Corridor. This submission will set the scene for the validation process. So how can we, as a council, endorse a submission that doesn't give a rounded view of our community when they haven't even had the opportunity to meaningfully engage with the state? I agree about the equestrian component of this submission, but sadly, we lost the opportunity to support this when it was refused to separate the two components. If I heard correctly, at the beginning of this discussion earlier today, we were informed that we weren't asked to look at alternatives, but then later in the session it was confirmed that we were asked to look at alternatives, i.e. the equestrian. So a very disappointing and lost opportunity to support this part of the submission separately. And in conclusion, at what cost, financial and community cost, are we supporting if this submission goes ahead? I would love the Olympic involvement in our region, but at what cost of this site? And it's too great for me to support.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Chair. We'll be quicker than 4 minutes. To my mind, we've been asked to do something which is to dream about our future, to dream about what could happen to Athletic Oval in the future. So to not be able to dream about what that's going to be like is almost like a closed sort of, we can only stay with where we are now and we can only picture where we are now and not into the future. In my mind's eye, I see a vibrant, grown up Toowoomba where we can have a concert there or some sporting matches, people walk down to the CBD, support the businesses in the CBD, support the accommodation, and we service such a big area out to the west that we're that service centre where people are going to come to a major event. So by not putting in a submission, it means that we're stuck where we are and we don't want to look into the future about what could possibly happen in the future. I think around those people that live around Milton when the Suncorp Stadium was built, they were probably not able to picture ever being able to live with something like Suncorp Stadium either. But you know, we love it. We love those major events happening in city centres, not out at Boondall and places like that. It is proven that people don't want to go there. They want to be somewhere in the CBD where it's walkable. And that's why I think, you know, let's aspire to something great. Let's aspire to what the future of our city is, not just where we are in 2024.
Megan, in the absence of no more speakers, do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Carroll, as is protocol, to move with the motion. Would you like to sum up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My failure to mention the equestrian centre, I do apologise for that because sort of living in the horse world, there are already racehorses that fly here into Wellcamp for the winter carnival and they fly from all over Australia. If we had a quarantine centre, I mean, it's not only if that were established and the lift to our showgrounds out here, we are the centre of racehorse breeding in Queensland. We're the centre of the warm blood breeding and pony studs, including Welsh studs and others. And something like that, I mean, the showground is a tremendous asset to us, and for horse sports, very close to our city. So I think that is it's appropriate that it be part of this recommendation, and I think that hopefully that they'll have a reconsideration of that. If it wasn't and it was just there for training, the benefits would still benefit our community in that there'd be upgraded facilities out there. So the rest, I just that's a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. So, councillors, we have had a fair bit of debate on this, and I welcome the various views around the room. We have a motion that the Council endorse the submission to Queensland Government 60-day Independent Olympic and Paralympic Venue Master Plan Review in Attachment 1. We have it moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Edwina Farquhar. Can I call for all those in favour, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3. The motion is carried. Division of the vote is requested. So against, we've got Bill, Nancy, Melissa. Thank you for that. We'll move on. Can we move to item 13, and I will call the other councillors back in and vacate the chair. We'll just have a 20-second, I won't call for a division or recess, but we'll just have that changeover. Thank you, colleagues.
Let's resume, well, we haven't even adjourned, so we'll continue on in the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Tim. Thank you, Councillor Megan, for chairing those couple of sections. Councillors, we move to item number 13, which matters for which notice has been given, and there were no items of notice that was given. However, there is an item in number 14, which is any other business council determines by. You've indicated a potential motion. You need to obviously firstly seek a council's endorsement to bring that to the table. So would you like to do that in the first instance?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. In order to do so, I take it I have to read the motion, or councillors might, it has been circulated to all councillors. The motion is that in accordance, the motion is that council rescind its decision made at the ordinary meeting of council on the 16th of January 24. Item number 12.2, motion matters of which New Creek Dam as a water source for Toowoomba Regional Council. 2, that council request that the state government apply for national water grid funding for this investigation. 3, that funding council's request to the state government, estimated by officers to cost $50,000, be considered at budget review 2. And I set out in the what was circulated the reasons for the motion, but I don't know whether you require me to read.
No, you
that.
don't need that at the moment. So really, it's just seeking. Okay, Wendy? Just seeking council support to bring that to the table. So you're happy to move that be brought to the table?
I do move that, and in the event that it's not successful, then I'll bring it up by giving the appropriate notice at the next meeting.
Sure. Okay, moved by Councillor Shine. Do we have a seconder for that motion to bring that to the table? Seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Is there need to go into debate, councillors? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in... Councillor Nancy, sorry?
I've got a question.
Question? Sure.
So we're discussing here not the actual subject of your resolution, but the reasons why you wanted it considered here today. Can you give us an argument why it is urgent, please? That it be dealt with today rather than next month?
Yeah, sure. I'm unaware of what work has already been done by the officers with respect to implementing the decision of council last month. They may well have started on that process. If this motion is successful now, that will end that process, save costs and save the time of officers. So for that reason only.
Thank you. Are there any more questions in regard to that? If there's no other questions, this is just to bring this to the table today. That's simply all it is. Those in favour of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Motion's lost. Thank you, Councillor Shine. So, it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is to bring it to the table. This is to bring it to the table. This is to bring this to the table to actually have it on the books to as a... Well, let's go through those in favour. Let's go through it again. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Megan, Councillor James, Councillor Kerry, Councillor Jeff. That's 5, and there's 6, so it's lost. The motion is lost. Thank you. We move then to... Now, I wasn't obviously privy, nor were other councillors, to the session at 1 o'clock. That dealt with one item in confidential. There's no other items in confidential from the CEO, because that's what the next item will be, which would be the CEO's monthly report. If there are no items there other than what was dealt with, we don't need to then move to that section. We go to group reports, if that's the case. Councillor Nancy.
Chair, could you indulge me, without going into confidential at all, but something I didn't bring up this morning when we were talking about the staffing, employment and that sort of thing, was I was surprised that Western Downs Regional Council had 45 vacancy advertisements on the website, and yet council only had 29. Given the size of our organisation and given there are so many vacancies, I was surprised at that variation. I don't know whether any light can be shed on whether we've expedited our advertising of those vacancies or whether we've improved our processes to employ people more quickly or anything like that. Thanks, if I get a comment.
Sure. CEO Brown.
Councillors, I don't really understand the differences between that. If you're talking about the Toowoomba Regional Council website, you're talking about?
Yeah, so our website, our council website, has 29 vacancies advertised, and Western Downs, which is a much smaller council, has 45 vacancies advertised. And we were talking earlier about how important it is to try and get these positions filled, but we've only got 29 vacancies advertised.
I can't offer a reason, but I suppose I can offer some insight potentially in that we advertise those that are actually probably right back to what I said earlier. We haven't got the brakes on any recruitment at the moment. So if that's how many are in process at this point in time, those decisions would have been made at the manager and then the general manager levels about what's being advertised and the timing in relation to those. But without going into detail, I can't really give you much more of a response to that, sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It has been without notice, but it probably reaffirms what we were talking about earlier about having a reset on the number of permanent staff recognised in the organisation. Thanks.
Thank you. So, councillors, it's normally we would go into a confidential for the CEO. I indicated that is not required. It's been dealt with. Therefore, we move to group reports, and noting that the first group report, which is 17.1, is planning and development, and I don't seem to have the GM in the room for planning and development. We do have GMs for both water and waste and infrastructure, however. So with your indulgence, councillors, we've moved to 17.2. Jake, if you're comfortable with that, which is the group report for water and waste. Thank you, Jake. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I have the group report for the month of January in front of council. I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Jake. Questions, councillors? Go to the report. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jake. Good report. So on Board Book 74, the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline, I see tenders are being awarded for some works on that, but the 10 requirements for approval by this council are still not met or complete. Could you elaborate on that for me, please?
Through you, Mr Chair. Thank you, councillor, for the question. I believe the tenders that are being awarded are relating to the 4 communities treated water supply at the top of page 74 there. Those tenders are for council's works involved in the component of the southern water supply that council needs to do, the $15 million that the state has provided council to do those works, and they're underbores to facilitate those connections.
Thank you. So that infrastructure without the actual pipeline would be still useful?
Yes, councillor. So irrespective, as council I'm sure is aware, that Toowoomba Regional Council had its own solution, not in should the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline, if it wasn't to be there for supply of those 4 towns, those tenders relate to supply of water that would otherwise be used if the T2W pipeline was not to proceed.
But we wouldn't require water treatment plants there because it would be our water that's already treated coming from Mount Kynoch, or the new southern plant would be what would be?
It won't be from the new southern plant if the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline is not to proceed. It would be from the extension of the Mount Kynoch network from Westbrook further down. So council's solution to the 4 towns without the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline was to run an extension of the Westbrook scheme down through to those southern townships. So we are putting tenders out for the first link, which is from Greenmount back to Cambodia, I believe. So trying to, off the top of my head, make sure I get the sequence right, so that way if the T2W pipeline is not to proceed, that council can then go from Westbrook to Cambodia and then further down. So it's a link in our existing infrastructure that we had planned.
Yeah, which wouldn't require a water treatment plant for them.
That's correct.
Thanks, Jake. Thank you, Councillor Nancy. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just referring, Jake, to your report, page 73, Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. I noticed that the Alliance members have commenced planning of the works, so it's started in a sense, and everything's got to be completed by October next year. The time frame is tight, etc. Bearing in mind the motion with respect to the application for National Grid finance, I think, to investigate the heightening of the wall to increase its capacity, and I think that's to come back to us by about, correct me if I'm wrong, about May next year, I think. It's the same dam, it's just the work's going to have to take place that we agreed it has to be done in a hurry now. Would that, if that were successful, would that not put in jeopardy the time frame for completion of the work, and or cause a variation of the contract with Alliance and the cost and various ramifications of which I can't imagine. But could you comment on that, and is there no level of concern, or is there concern?
Thank you, Councillor Shine, for the question. My understanding of the resolution that's come through from Council and the activities and actions I'm taking in relation to that resolution is Council requested an investigation and to identify what would be required and what the possibilities are around raising, in particular, raising Crestbrook Dam. There are a number of fundamental questions that we need to answer and bring that back to the chamber for a decision. And in fact, the impact on the existing resolution the council has, which is to proceed with the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project and award the tender and award the contract, is we are continuing along that route. There is a further discussion that will come back to this chamber, and impacts will need to be assessed as to whether Crestbrook Dam Wall A can be raised. There may be some fundamental issues. There may be some things that just mean that even though if the water were to become available, that the dam just doesn't support or would not support a further raising, or if it was to support a further raising, that the costs included in that would also include the costs that have been borne to date as relation to the Alliance project. But as I have said around this table before, those costs to raise the Crestbrook Dam are significant and significantly greater, orders of magnitude greater than what's currently there. Not to say that we shouldn't investigate and provide that back to the council chambers. That's what we have, and what council, my understanding what council has requested is to make sure that that investigation is provided, that information comes back, and those impacts can then be assessed so that there's a future decision for council to make about that.
Follow up, same thing.
Just to clarify, are you confident that we can meet our requirements under by the regulator to complete the safety aspect of it by October 25? Or we don't know because it depends on the outcome of that application?
At this stage, Councillor Shine, it doesn't depend on the outcome of that application. That will become a conversation at the time in which the information is fully known for council to make an informed decision about how it wants to proceed on that basis. But there are a number of factors currently at the moment that are potentially having an impact on the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project and the timeline for deliver that, and we're working closely with both the Alliance and the Dam Safety Regulator about those issues. So I don't think it's a fair comment to say that we would it would have an impact. The work that council has requested through its resolution to investigate Crestbrook Dam, because that is an option that needs to be investigated as part of the business case. The state has, and to do a thorough business case, we need to assess those options. But my opinion is that until such time as we have enough information for council to make an informed decision about the raising of Crestbrook Dam Wall, it would be too early to tell what those impacts would be. Apart from that, it would take a lot longer than what we currently plan to scope the works on. But that impact on the current scope of works it's not impacting on the current scope, because there is a future decision for council around the direction of that project.
Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thanks, Councillor Shine, for bringing up the timelines of the project. Jake, Through the Mayor, how's the labour market looking at the moment, and are we on time or behind schedule because of labour vacancies on the Cresbrook project?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question. The labour market is tough. It is tight. There are, as we have said around this table many times, there is a significant amount of work out there in the southeast corner, and a significant lack of appropriately qualified engineers that would be happy to work on our particular project. But SMEC and Seymour White are working very hard to make sure that those issues are resolved. As we stand today, the schedule, we are behind schedule, but we have opportunities and innovations that we can activate through the Alliance to see us return back to schedule.
Thanks very much, Jake.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you to Jake, and thank you, Councillor Shine. I have grave concerns about the raising of the dam wall, increasing storage. It throws up a lot of questions for me. Number one, I don't know how any sort of a quick...
Just sorry for interrupting, Councillor Carroll. I just don't want to go down a path
that
we need a council decision on down the track. That's all. So I'm just
I'd
being
like
very
to make
cautious
a comment
of
if
where
I
we
might,
are.
Mr Mayor. Thank
If
you.
were just
My concerns are...
cautious of it.
Well, you can't do a thing on landowners, affected landowners in a short time, and then my concerns also are not timelines, but how it impacts on the original contract and the agreements that were agreed to through that contract with the people who are raising the dam wall, because this is a variation.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
What's
This
the point of order?
resolution has already been prosecuted, and we're going back. I thought, and I'd like to thank Jake for navigating the questions
Mr. Mayor.
previously by Councillor Shine. This can't continue. That resolution has already been prosecuted.
Mr Mayor, I'm asking
Excuse
about
me.
the
I'll
variations.
Councillor Carroll, I'm just working through the point of order. The point of order is to suggest that we're covering ground that has already been covered on.
No, we haven't.
The reason I butted in before was simply from a protection perspective for councillors. There's a council decision for the officers to investigate.
Right.
It will come back to council. So let's leave that where it is at the time being. Let's
The
leave it where it
variation
is.
of the contract?
Well, all of that would
That's
come
what
back as part of a report to council. So let's not delve into
Can
an
I ask
area.
when that's coming back?
As soon as we can, councillors. I guess, if I may, Mr Mayor, we have not directed the Alliance to change the contract. There has been no variation for contract. My understanding, again, of the resolution is that council has requested that we investigate, and we are investigating those options.
And thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, to Jake, because that's exactly where my question was aimed at. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Bill.
Chair, can we stick to what's in the report? This is a body of work that's already passed. It's just, we're not making decisions here. This is history. Can we actually stick to what's in the report? Otherwise, it goes on and we stray off into areas where we shouldn't be outside of what's in the report, out of respect to the general managers who are putting a report up. This is history. We're not making decisions.
Mr Mayor, I have a legitimate question that has been answered. Thank you.
That's good. It's been answered. And Councillor Bill, I think we did deal with that through the point of order and we worked through it. Are there any more questions for Jake? No more questions for Jake. Thank you, Jake. There's a motion then before us that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Dr Nicola, welcome to you. Councillors, we move to 17.1, Planning and Development Group report. Welcome, Dr Nicola, and welcome Carrie as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm happy to take our report as read, and you'll note there are updates from all of the relevant branches and the different teams within our group, services group. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr Nicola. Any questions in regard to the group report? Councillor Megan?
Thanks, Mayor. GM Nicola, I should have asked you in advance. It was just about the in the strategic advocacy, and the line says at the top of the at the bottom of the top paragraph, it says, this is on page 68, it says, an early planning and development concept meeting with planning branch for the proposed redevelopment of the prominent local heritage listed hotel precinct. What is that about?
Thank you, councillor. I will ask someone more learned than me to come up. Carrie, who is manager of planning.
Welcome, Carrie.
Good afternoon, councillors. This relates to some pre-lodgement discussions that we've had at a very high strategic level about the hotel at Newtown. So it's locally heritage listed, it's not a state heritage listed matter, so we've just been trying to facilitate some advice to help them plan on the way that they might move forward in the redevelopment of that site.
Councillor Megan, that's covered here. Councillor Carey, then Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair. Just in relation to on page, can't find the page now. Yes, I can. Page 68. Reference is made to the Bridge Street Quarry Garden Advisory Committee. Its term has come to an end. I'm just wondering, is it possible for the relevant officers to prepare a report or a summary of the activities of that committee and the achievements that have been attained during its term of office?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. If it assists, we're happy to put something in our group report for next month, a summary.
So just included within this group report. The minutes are all available online too for these advisory committees too, so that's not a bad spot as a reference.
Yeah, I think at the last meeting there was a question asked, and Councillor Von Hoff answered it very well in terms of, you know, what council had spent what money on the studies, which will determine what rehabilitation will be required depending on which way council decides to go, and the cost of that rehabilitation as well. Things of that, some detail of it would be good to have on file. Thanks.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, ladies. Yeah, I think all the minutes from the advisory committees are up online. It'd be a great place to start. I'd rather see some work done on the potential of offloading the site, but there you go, that's being a bit controversial, isn't it? So back on page 67 in the strategic advocacy, precinct seems to be a hot word at the moment because we've also got Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct. I'm just wondering what you're referring to. I think it's important to name things that they actually are, and we're getting new names for various things coming through, and we're sort of scratching our head, what on earth are we talking about here? But I'm just wondering, and that last dot point, what the local government infrastructure designation for the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct is. What's the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct?
That's Charlton. It's always been referred to as the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct.
Except we just call it the Charlton Sports Precinct.
Oh, well, I don't. I don't, but it's always been referred to that. Seriously, it has, yeah.
Okay, so that's what it is. That's all I needed to know. Was it Charlton? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for planning and development, councillors? If not, we have a motion before us that the planning and development group report be received. Moved by Councillor Megan, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour, motion's carried. Thank you, Dr. Nicola. Thank you, Carrie. We move then to item 17.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group Report, and invite GM Mike Brady to come forward. Welcome to you, Mike.
Good afternoon, councillors. Through you, Mr Mayor. The Infrastructure Services Group report for January is tabled. Happy to take any questions.
So, Mike, Mike, I might just start just in regard to, I missed Jake actually before, but he did cover off on a bit of that in regard to the dam safety upgrade. Just in regard to the capital and how that's tracking, and probably a bit of a heads up for councillors as we move into budget review too, to see how that's going and your confidence to complete the program.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And overall, pretty confident. Weather permitting, we should complete what our programs are for this year. Obviously, council's aware that we're doing the flood recovery program, and that's been the focus for the first half of the year. And a lot of work's gone into that, both with the two major contractors that we've got on board, plus our construction and maintenance teams. So that's been the main focus. That said, we've, relatively speaking, our budget in the CNM is on the low side this year. And so we haven't, when I look at committed as well as actuals, we're actually at 73% today with actuals plus committed, so accrued costs. So that's just in our capital program. DFRA, which the majority of the capital of the flood program is being delivered by the contractors, and that's really just taken off as they've moved into the culvert works. And so we've got, we're pretty confident they're actually over projecting at this stage what's on council's budget in the capital space for this financial year, but conservatively we think what we've got there, taking into account potential weather events, it's probably reasonable. And fleet and logistics are actually at probably the best they've been for many years actually, when we look at exactly what they've actually spent. So both the actual and accrued there is at 96% at this time of year. So, overall, our KPIs to get 90% plus. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all this financial year, weather permitting. And I think we'll go pretty close to the vast majority being completed. So at this stage, on track. We're trying to get a lot of work done this side of Easter. So over the next month, 6 weeks, and then we go into a period for about 5 or 6 weeks where we have nearly, I think, 6 public holidays or something, which, along with RDOs and everything else, means that for a significant period there, you've got people working 3 and 4 day weeks. So it's important that we do get substantially progress by the end of next month. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. We've got a few questions lined up. Councillor James, Councillor Nancy, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. My question just on page 80. I just wanted, Mike, to ask you about that lower order roads, the program update. So there's a number that obviously that are listed there and the status of where they sit. The question I wanted to know is do they sit in that category that this council had a resolution around obviously wanting funds set aside for these lower order roads that don't necessarily make it across, on a prioritisation scale and things like that, and just generally where that program sort of sits, taking into account sort of a few of the things you mentioned before?
Correct. So that's the $2 million per annum program that council resolved last May, which went into the current year's budget, and that's the first half dozen projects into the construction phase. And as noted, obviously, Ostrich Road commenced construction in Q4, which is basically post-Easter sometime, maybe May, June, as it goes into 24-25. And then we're also progressing the designs on the other projects. So that schedule that council had back in last May, as resolved by council, is being followed.
Sure. follow up, Jay?
Thanks, Mayor. So I suppose, yeah, so that's a good thing and a message, I suppose, for the community in those areas. So that $2 million will be, that was set aside for that, will be spent, will be seen through these roads and a few others that are coming per annum.
At this point this year, and we're actually, I suppose, at this stage, and I don't want to get too far in front of the game, they are coming in a little bit under cost, under estimate, so which allows us to probably bring forward, there's about, I think it was 17 or 18 roads on that list, so the aim is to work through that list, and so we'll complete what we can within that funding available this year.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to talk about fleet, if I could, noting in the report 69 assets delivered, no assets disposed via auction. And I just wondered, we've been talking today about how we've consistently had 200 vacancies for the last few years, and just wondering whether fleet has reduced accordingly, the fleet numbers, whether vehicles have been disposed of because they're not required.
The program across council, council has the first point, there is an auction coming up in the next couple of weeks, so that will see a significant disposal of assets. That's number one. So that's been planned for a while. So that's happening very shortly. In respect to the question, a lot of the plant that we've got is there for a period of 8 to 10 years. So as you have vacancies across the organisation, and obviously fleet provides plant and equipment for the whole of the organisation. So only about, with the biggest section of plant and equipment actually being in the parks and that area when you look at it by number. So what you find is, just because, a gardener position becomes vacant, you don't get rid of the whippersnipper, because you're going to be putting on a gardener shortly to use that whippersnipper. The same with the grader. When you buy a grader, you've got a grader operator, you're buying that grader for the next potentially 7 to 10 years, depending on its usage. Okay, so again, when we might not have a vacant grader operator position. So when we look at those vacancies and you cut it down to the branch levels where those vacancies are and elements there, there's a turnover of staff, but the plant and equipment is still being utilised as best we can. We don't go out and buy new equipment unnecessarily. So there is a program there from an asset management point of view for the fleet and logistics, and consideration is given every time that we are looking at purchasing new plant.
Thank you, Mike. And maybe I might have used the wrong word. Maybe I said fleet as a whole, but I actually meant the vehicles, as in utes and whatever that are out there that would no longer be required, because of those 200, there would be quite a few that would actually be driving vehicles, and that was my question. And I know you haven't been given notice of this question, so I'd be happy for you to go back and have a look and see whether there has been disposal or whether there's a lot of vehicles just sitting there waiting for maybe one day someone might get employed to drive it. In addition to that,
sorry, without taking that as a question without notice, I'm happy to say that where positions become vacant for a while, a lot of the vehicles that become spare sometimes are reutilised elsewhere in the organisation. And also, when it comes to replacement of those, unless there is a position there, we're not buying a new vehicle. Okay, so as I said, a lot of consideration goes into the operations of every vehicle that we have as and when we need it. We're not trying to have a surplus of vehicles there by any means, and there's a proactive management of mitigating council's costs in respect to the vehicles we have. We're not ordering unnecessarily, just thinking that somebody will be in a seat. So, and as I said, there is an auction coming up very shortly where there'll be a significant disposal of the current lot of fleet that's out there ready for disposal.
Thank you. So is that large storage of vehicles and machinery that's over in the southwest corner of the depot, is that the vehicles that are going to auction? There's quite
That's
a few
correct.
there.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. Page 1 of your report, the second dot point, it's about the in-principle route approval that's been issued to the Toowoomba Marathon event that's scheduled for the 5th of May. And my question is, when have those event organisers told council that they need a firm date on the traffic management plans by?
I'll have to take that as a question without notice. We're working very closely with them, and it's my understanding that that relationship there is very positive at the moment in working through all those issues.
Yeah, I ask because they're advertising and people are signing up, so they must be assuming that it's going to come through.
It's look, temporary traffic management is not a hold up to the Toowoomba Marathon.
The cost might be a hold up though. Councillor Melissa.
That's sorry. Do you want me to respond to that?
No. I just
Right.
that's another phase of potential area for improvement, not just for us, but from external funding that needs to come in here. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, page 80 of board books. You've just mentioned, or the report mentions NHVR, the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. I have just read recently that NHVR has had significant national system upgrades, and there's been significant innovation across that area, and they really are taking very much a federal perspective on systems and staffing, etc., and how they operate. So within our roads op team, has there been a positive impact on workloads from our perspective because of those innovations within HVR?
Definitely their reporting and systems are positive. So that's probably what we're working in a lot of the time and responding back to the requests. But it still means that the requests have got to come through and staff members needs to work through it. So there's, and check it. So, but over the years, there has been obviously, they are trying to reduce the administrative burden behind this, and we were, us and all councils are working closely with them to on that journey. So I think there is incremental improvement as they improve their systems and processes.
Well, that's great, because that must have a positive impact on the group, considering there's so many vacancies in that group. So obviously with every significant innovation would be assisting with administrative burden.
Oh, most definitely. And across, this is, as presented recently at council, this is one of 7 key areas that road operation team work in. So, there's many other things to keep their time, and the backlog, unfortunately, across the rest of it's still growing.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Mike, just a question in regard to the flood recovery. It's brilliant to see the amount of local spend, I have to say, 85% of local spend locally. When the roads are done and completed, who actually checks those? Do we have to check them? Is that how that works?
Yeah, we have, council's got our flood recovery team based up near Project Services. As I've said before, we've got about 35, 40 staff up there. So there's a whole process, and as each road gets completed, we've got inspectors that go out and assess it from its complete, in respect to the works that had to be done, the quality and everything else. It goes through a defects liability period under the contracts, or if we're doing it, obviously we continue that. And then there's a transfer of road back to council as far as the ongoing maintenance.
And you mentioned briefly around the culvert program. That's obviously seems to be a bit of a challenge for us at the moment. Is that due to materials, or you're comfortable that even though 2.6 might be done, you're comfortable that could still be completed in the time? Which is the deadline still December this year?
Yes,
that is the deadline.
Yeah. Look, we're definitely on track for the end of year at this stage, and weather permitting to do that. As you can see, there's only 2.6% complete, but there's 22 culverts in progress. There's a real ramp up on the current contractor schedules. The next 3 months see significant. You should see through these numbers a significant, completion of culverts across the program. And I keep saying weather permitting. Obviously, culverts are in the middle of waterways, so if we do any further deluge or rain events, each time we do get one, it does have impact, particularly on these types of works.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And just on that, Mike, is there is it hard to get supply of precast culverts? It was, and is it getting any better?
No, we've been on the front foot with a lot of it. We actually ordered and pre-ordered over 500 lineal metres of culverts over 6 months ago. We've got an idea of what we needed and what would be required. Probably what's been a little bit slow in program has been the design requirements that we've had to go through. As I said, a lot of these culvert projects are in fishways and different things. There's different approval processes and everything. There are a lot of boxes to be ticked that way. But it's that's part of the program is really starting to ramp up with the number of crews. There's in the order of 400 to 500 workers out there today and every day of the week at the moment across our region on this program, be it the contractors or our own staff. So it just gives you an idea of the scale of what's been done.
Thank you very much, Mike. There are no further questions. The motion there before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group be received. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
We move then to 17.4, councillors, which is Environment and Community Services. Welcome to GM Nick Hauser.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, I'd ask that the Group Report for Environment and Community Services be taken as read and answer any questions that you might have emanating from that report.
Brilliant, thank you. Councillor Tim, question from... And then
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, Nick. A few things actually we need to talk about. First, can I make a comment as a Director of the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board? It is really great to see Council working with them on the control of rabbits in our large open spaces. They have become a bit of a problem around Highfields Clyton area, so it's good to see us working with them. Nick, the first item on your report is a petition that I brought in October 2023, which was signed by over 1,000 members, residents, or actually not all residents, over 1,000 people, about fences in playgrounds. And your guys have reviewed that and come back and basically said there isn't a benchmark, there isn't a standard risk assessment. When my reading of it is we're not really gonna, we don't really need to, and we can look at reducing risk by installing parts of fences where necessary. Look, I suppose that petition had 1,000 people saying, can we fence playgrounds? And then we've come back going, it's pretty good, my reading. So can you just explain the thought behind that, please, and what the process is there.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. We've proposed that we would undertake some benchmarking against other councils, and as we progress through current review of our open space strategy, we consider the provision of fenced playgrounds as part of our levels of service through that document. The current approach is one based on risk assessment, so we assess hazards and consider mitigation measures against those hazards. Primarily in these instances, we're talking about playgrounds in close proximity to roads, or is probably the main one. So we do have some playgrounds and parks throughout the region where that's been assessed as a higher risk than we're comfortable with, and we have installed those fences. But oftentimes people's minds turn to fences as the only solution, but there are other things that we can do to act as deterrents to children wandering off towards roads, and we've talked about some of those, trying to locate playgrounds away from roads, using landscaping as a buffer and other means. So there are design solutions other than just implementing fencing. Having said that, as we work through that open space strategy review and our levels of service, there's an opportunity to put that in, noting that all these things come at a cost, and the provision of fencing will come at the cost of other infrastructure in the park, most likely.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. I don't know, I suppose we have issues like at Cecil Plains where the community said, we've got B-doubles driving over here, we need a fence. They raise it themselves, the money to get the fence. Then we've got 1,000 signatures saying, I'm sick of my kids running all over, I need a fenced playground. And I suppose this community ask for fenced playgrounds, and I appreciate they cost money, and if you do a new park, that'll be taken away from something like swing sets or landscaping to put the fence in, but we still have a large, I believe, community desire to see fences in our playgrounds. And noting since this in October, we've delivered a couple of really good parks that don't have fences. So I'm wondering, are we going to continue that work benchmarking and within the TROS, or are we parking this? Or I mean, it kind of doesn't say if the petition is gaining momentum. Do we need to do anything further on this?
We will continue with that benchmarking as suggested, and the incorporation of the need into the TROS.
Yeah, sure. I have a few more questions, but I believe Councillor Carroll's got a question on this one.
Is it on that particular subject?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the first fenced playgrounds anywhere was at Gundawindi, and where it is a place where people travel, and they've come. It's probably 4 hours each way from their last stop, and sadly we were there when over an 18-month period there were 2 children killed by cars on that road. So I think that I'm happy that you're taking into account, and in those on the busy roads, it's not the park, it's just the playground, so that the parents can sit by children. As you know, Mr. Hauser, you've had children yourself. You know how quick they are and how they get away from you. So in appropriate circumstances, I do certainly support children's playgrounds being the impacts on families and on communities should something like that happen is just terrible. You can never prevent that, but in very busy areas, in inappropriate areas, and I believe that that's what you're doing. Is that correct?
That is correct. I
Thank
agree
you.
with you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I do have children of my own, and they're pretty quick. Not as quick as me, but they are quicker than me now, yes.
Councillor Tim, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Look, I don't sort of want to close off that conversation around that petition yet. I think there is a bit more work to be done on that, and I welcome some input. Do we get to have a look at the TROS moving forward?
Yes, you will. The TROS will be represented to Council for endorsement again.
Right, and does that benchmarking, could it be presented to Council at a future session somehow?
We'd include commentary around that when that TROS is presented. You know, this would be an issue that we would include that's been considered and close it out through that process.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose I sort of don't just want to go, oh, that's ready to park it. I suppose over 1,000 signatures would say this is an issue for the community and I'd like to keep investigating. So I welcome that this isn't the end, this is a marker in time and we'll continue having those conversations.
Just before you go on, is that the same subject, Councillor Nancy? No, thanks, Tim.
Last one, Nick, but it is a rather topical one at the moment. Animal management. In response to recent feedback of Council's commitment to review operations, the following has occurred. Now, we brought this in December, right before Christmas, and said these are the issues, and there was a whole bunch of them. The community was very strong. Some changes, and I said I'm happy to go into bat, and I'm very pleased to see, Nick, that the low-hanging fruit has been adopted and adopted swiftly and quickly. We've got the update of signage, and most importantly, the biggest thing that I think is a game changer, introduction of additional after-hours shifts to ensure the drop-off facility is attended more frequently. Trial them for 3 months, see how it goes into the future. That's a big win. Could you provide any more, just on that dot point, any more additional details to what sort of after-hour shifts we're looking at? Is this staff on call 24/7? Is this when it shuts at midday on a Saturday or Sunday, a staff to do a Saturday afternoon shift? Have you been able to clarify those details for me, please?
I think we've got staff coming in across a split shift, so they're there in the morning till 11 or midday, and I think they're coming again then in the afternoon. We're also, we do have animal management officers on call all weekend, not necessarily to attend to the after hours needs at the AMC. We're dealing with that through this mechanism, but there are staff on call to attend to dog attacks and high priority animal management issues. We're also looking at how we can trial having officers in attendance on weekends to possibly look at returning the animals to their owners over the weekend as well, because that's somewhat problematic. There's some constraints attached to that, but we're looking at how we can get through that. The other thing that we're thinking about is whether we should be closing off that drop-off facility so that people can't leave animals there if we continue to be concerned around welfare. But I think at the moment the trialling of the additional shift is probably working well for us.
Thanks for the answer, but that's a bit of a can of worms. So thank you for that. Well done, great. I think that's a good step in the right direction. But just then when you said trialling, actually getting rid of the whole drop box facility, and I appreciate that's not a quick overnight change that you can do. So can you advise how will the conversation progress on that, or how has it progressed, or what are we up to in that?
I think I said we're giving consideration as to whether it ought to be closed. So maybe it's available during the week after hours, and we're there on the mornings, and then depending on how the trial goes for us with operating the split shifts, if that works, that's probably preferable. But if that's not working for us, maybe we don't continue the drop-off facility post midday on Saturday if we're concerned about that.
Thanks for that. And I hope that whoever's sitting around this table in 3 months on the other side of an election, that will be able to have a look at those, how we staffing and opening hours, or will that be an operational issue? Will councillors get to have a look at it?
The question was, is that an operational issue? I
guess the 3 months.
Yeah, the challenge is, the resourcing and the budget for that, I guess. So when, that becomes an issue, it becomes a council issue. If it's, we can provide the optimum level of service within our available resourcing, we will. But if budget and resource becomes a challenge, it'll have to come back here.
Thanks for that. Can I pick up on the third, just one more, Chair? Pick up on the third one. So we said review of the process to upload information to the impoundment register on Council's website. Currently there are limitations on the size and photo that can be used. Priority is given to get information available on the website as quickly as possible, and I know that was an issue, and I know that we've done some work around it. Can I tell you that since this issue in December, I actually receive messages fairly regularly from community members around the information that we're uploading, and I received one just today, and I really don't want to derail what you're doing, but it does kind of highlight the need for more work in that. So this was uploaded to the impound register today, the 20th of February, and the date says the 23rd of February. So it's 3 days in the future that it's being uploaded today, and the breed of the animal is AM staff type, animal management staff type. So whether they haven't filled it out or whether it hasn't been done right, certainly, and I'll pathway that as something we can do better, but when my phone rings, I think there is still a bit of work to be done in that third dot point about the detail in uploading it to the register. But I'll pathway that and you'll take that on board. Overall, the low-hanging fruit, I'm happy that we've gone into work on this for the community to put some changes in place for our animal management policies and procedures that are really well done. I welcome ongoing conversation, and when that the animal box's whole idea is ready to come to council, that we look at it then. So thank you, Nick, for your work, and we'll continue that conversation.
Just before I go to Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll, you had your indication on that subject.
On that matter, I just want to confirm through you, Mr Chair, that we have someone going to the Animal Managers Centre at least twice a day, even public holidays and Sundays.
Yes,
Thank you very much, because that's critical, and you know, I was quite shocked to find we weren't doing that, because we just need to do that. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Nick, under disaster management in your report, there's points made particularly about bushfire mitigation planning. Back in 2020, this council moved by resolution that we would invite BPAC and Indigenous cultural burners to be invited to take part in council's burns. That hasn't been something that I've heard much about for a while. So my question is, how's that going? And can you tell us when the last time is that BPAC or others were invited to take part in a burn with council?
I'd need to check back with the Parks and Rec team, Councillor Von Hoff. I know that they certainly participated and helped with a burn of tabletop, but I think that might have been the year before last now, so I'm not sure what's happened there. I'd need to go and review that with that team, yeah.
I'll take that question on notice. Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Nick. I'll start on a lighter note, and that is the other day, driving home, got a phone call at Hampton, no reception either side of Hampton, so I pulled into the Vic and was sitting there having the conversation, and I looked out the window, and here was a beautiful little wascally wabbit sitting there, and being a little one means there's babies, means there's adults, and but anyway, the rabbit board is working on that in that area, so, and they're aware of my little finding. I did take a little video of it, but I didn't bother sending it in through. But the reason I mentioned that is I want to talk about the Biosecurity Advisory Committee. I have to say that I think if I'm going to miss anything in my councillor role, it will be those meetings. I found those meetings invaluable. We had a very good committee this term. We had a lot of information sharing from various councils, our neighbouring councils. We had TMR, we had Biosecurity Queensland, we had Ackland Mine, 4 community reps. There is more. The information exchanging that happened during those meetings was so invaluable for our council, but also the surrounding councils as well. And so I would encourage next term that is put in place again. And at our final meeting on Friday, we actually talked about what next term looks like, and they were all really keen to be involved again because they found it quite invaluable to have those quarterly meetings. So a big thank you to all of the members of the committee for all the efforts they've put in, and I'll acknowledge Mark as well, and Gary, and Sally has started to come to the meetings as well, which is really good to have Sally there because she's added an extra dimension, and with her experience previously in the Northern Territory, I think she's quite invaluable in that area. Big thanks to all of those participating, so thank you. And sorry, Councillor Tim, I didn't acknowledge you. Councillor Tim was also on that advisory committee. And yeah, so thank you very much.
Thanks,
I do have a question then.
On
Board Books, page 95, can you remind me, under Property Services, the settlement of compensation for the taking of land for a road by compulsory acquisition at Amara Road, what land was that, Can you remind me?
I can't remember the detail of the exact lot, but you know, you do have to have a good memory to cast your mind back this far, because this was associated with the upgrade to O'Mara Road. So
was it on the southern side of the block that we had, maybe? I think we did have to take a bit of that, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is how long sometimes these processes take, and council makes decisions to attempt to acquire by negotiation in the first instance, and then if that can't be achieved by compulsory acquisition, and then the process through determining the value of that can take many years, as we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd love to, you know, talking about how long things take, that I'd love to see that Bedford Street one dealt with before I left, but I'm not sure, we're running out of time. But that money should be in our pockets by now. That's a lot of money, and particularly at a time when we're so stretched for budget. We really need to be getting that compensation from the state government as soon as possible to alleviate some of the budget pressures that we are dealing with. So on the next page, Nick, the Boundary Street Road dedication at the crossover of the Second Range crossing to cater for future widening and provide space for the placement of upgraded electricity to the proposed inland rail tunnel. Could you elaborate on that one for me, please?
I'll need to take that on notice if I can, councillor, and come back to you. Oftentimes property service, in these instances, property service is a corporate service provided to other projects, so this will be in relation to an ISG project. And
all right, if we can get that back, that'd be good, thanks.
Very good. Okay, any other questions? Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Nick. Just a couple of things. First of all, I just wanted to mention around, I thought it was interesting, and to see those stats just around the website visitation of Visit Toowoomba Region, and it probably reflects obviously different numbers and growth that we've seen across different events with Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers and things like that. So that's an interesting one to note, and also to see the possibilities of that for upgrade in mid-2024. And the other question that I had for you was on page, anyway, it was it's in the library and cultural services areas, but that connecting, at 92 it is, so connecting through creativity, so that the cultural strategy, so it's now available, and the team started meeting with different groups and understanding how, what the strategy can mean to them and their organisations. So that's obviously all a good positive step. So what's the next phase, or what's the next step, with these particular meetings, and where does that sort of sit in regards to that strategy?
so our connecting through creativity, that otherwise known as the cultural strategy, council endorsed that mid to late last year, and the document that you endorsed didn't have the creative flamboyance attached to it yet, so that's all happened now, and so it's available, like it says, in print and online. So it's a good opportunity for us to start to promote that amongst the broader community, but in particular amongst the arts community. So those meetings are about trying to identify opportunities that exist within the arts community to promote and progress the strategy itself. Are there what's community got in mind as priorities? What opportunities exist to leverage off what they're doing? Probably seeking grant opportunities and the like. So first part's about education and awareness raising, and then looking for those opportunities to leverage what's already happening, and maybe plant the seed to provide some linkages between that strategy and what our arts community has in mind.
That's fine, Councillor James. Any other questions for Nick? If there's not, councillors, the motion is there before you that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Move then to item 17.5, councils with finance and business strategy. I invite GM Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. The first is on the first page of the report. It might be one for you, Anne-Marie, or it might be one for the CEO, but it's the actioning of customer requests, and the groups range basically from 74% for water and waste to 84% for finance and business strategy, but the outlier is the Office of the Chief Executive Officer. Percentage complete in response time is 54.5%. My question is twofold. First of all, can you account for that variation compared with the other groups across council? And secondly, what is the response time, please?
CEO, you in the capacity to answer that question?
That would be a mix of response times. So obviously percentage completed in whatever the relevant response time is. I can't answer the question as to what those particular responses are in relation to. I'm assuming it would be in relation to governance and insurance issues, probably. Certainly not through my office per se, but it'd be within my group. But I could find you that detail and just give you a breakdown of basically each one of the relevant response times and what they're relevant to make up that 54.5%.
Yeah, and I'd be curious what those response times are. I have to say I'm not sure what they are. You know, when we're contacted by the public, and it does seem to differ depending on the nature of the request that comes in. But thank you. My second, if I might, Mayor, relates to bottom of page 98, top of page 99, exit surveys. So last month we had 20. I don't want to put words in. So if I'm wrong, please tell me. So last month we had 23 exits from the organisation, but 26 exit interviews offered. So how can we have more exit interviews offered than there were people who left the organisation, unless we were offering ones that hadn't been offered the previous month? That's the first question through you, Mayor, to either Anne-Marie or to the CEO.
I'm happy to address that one. I think when we look at exits in December, so if somebody resigned in that last week before Christmas, they would have been offered they could have been offered their exit interview early on, but every exit is offered an exit interview.
Yeah, thank you. And I see that none of those are conducted internally, but there were 15 that were taken up by external providers. And then this is another one that I can't make the numbers make sense. So we had exit surveys completed, 11, but exit interviews conducted by external providers, 15. So is there a difference? My reading is there's a difference between an exit interview and an exit survey. Is that right?
As soon as you resign, it pops up on your screen. You've got a survey that you can complete straight away, including that Net Promoter Score. On top of that, every single exit is offered an exit interview. So every permanent exit is offered an exit interview on top of that.
And so my last one then, just to understand these numbers, we have 15 exit interviews conducted and 11 of the surveys completed, which adds to 26. And we have 26 interviews offered, exit interviews offered. So did everybody who was offered an exit interview either complete a survey or complete an interview?
No. We can't force our exiting staff to complete a survey or an interview.
So some people do both?
Some people could do both, and some could do none.
Yep, thank you.
But I think the important part there is that everyone's offered a survey, everyone's offered an exit interview, either internally or externally.
Yes, thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to finance and business strategy? Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on the correspondence, communications issues that was just raised before. My understanding under the Local Government Act is that you have 10 business days to respond in some form, i.e. acknowledge, if you don't have the information at hand, that you acknowledge you have received their email and that you are doing something to find the answer for that has been asked, and then you then have another 10 business days. That's what I have read in the Local Government Act, and because we don't know, or we didn't know a couple of minutes ago, could we actually get that clarified? Because I'm of the understanding that the business has to be completed within 20 working days. So it'd be really handy for all of us to understand what the Local Government Act actually states.
Just get the CEO to answer this question.
I can respond to that. There's a little bit of confusion there between a request, a lawful request made by council law has to be responded to within the 10 days or the 20 days of the extension. The other is up to council to determine the service levels, particularly in relation to that. So that's the difference between those two questions. So for any particular complaint type or request type, there may be different service response times for those, but for councillor requests, there's a legislated requirement. So that's where that 10 days or the 20 days comes in.
So given that, maybe if it's a decision of council as to how soon things are responded to, that's something that should be a resolution done on.
That's correct, and over the years, council has reviewed the actual response times that are recommended in there. They have come before council in the past and have been reviewed. I don't know when the last one was done, but it has come before council in the past.
Yeah, no, I recall that it has come to council in the past.
So could we find out what it is and perhaps review it at the next council meeting?
How about we determine that we could put that as a motion as part of this report? Whether that could happen in that period of time is another question that would be asked. Very easy.
It's pretty easy. We collect all that information, so we can just distribute that to you, to all councillors now, if you wish. It's just be a summary of the request types and the request response times that are within that each complaint type, and within each group. We could probably break that down.
There's a policy that could be distributed. It's a policy with timelines.
It's the guide. It's those actual timelines are available in response to probably the customer service policy.
Just to ensure that happens, how about we just include that down there underneath, that the Finance Business Australia Group be received, and that the guidelines for response times are circulated to councillors. Be fine? Okay. Any other questions for Finance and Business Strategy? If not, the motion is there before us that the Finance and Business Australia Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina. Second. Just hold fire for a minute, Edwina. Okay. Councillor Edwina moved. Councillor Kerry second. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Good way to finish. Councillors, item 18 is the conclusion of the meeting. So we'll stick with the agenda and conclude the ordinary meeting for February for Toowoomba Regional Council. Thank you for your attendance and good afternoon.